I think I like underestimate how far down it needs to go. I think that is probably where it actually needs to be. I remember needing to like touch my mustache yesterday. Yeah. Oh hell yeah. No. Yours was I think a little far away. Okay, yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, you can always hear yourself very well. In these mics, you can always hear yourself. Yeah, a little bit the same for me. That should be window light, yeah. Production, the player name is wrong. Window light, not window white. Rectagon is no longer window white. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Roundtable Open 2026 at the Level Up Expo. I'm Dio. I'm here with this one guy for our opening match this year. It's a round of 16 matchup, and it's going to be a really good one. But before that, we want to take everyone at home through a little bit of what we're doing this year at the Level Up Expo, because there's a lot going on.
There's a lot.
Yeah. First of all, we of course want to thank our two big sponsors for this event, the Level Up Expo itself. They are our title sponsor. They provided all of our cash prizes here, so anything that anyone wins from the tournaments, the battle royales, the PP race, the mapping contest, everything for that was provided by the Level Up Expo. So big shout out to the venue holder here. And of course also to Blacklight, who provided ergonomic chairs and desks and provided equipment for this event to all of the players and to casters and the production side. Has been nice to actually work in a comfortable chair while doing sheets in the production area.
Yeah, some ergonomics go a long way. But of course, you're going to be most curious, I'm sure, about the tournament format for this year, because there are some updates to how things are working. So once again, much like last year, open qualifiers in person at LAN for everybody who shows up, signs up, participates. We had a total of 78 players participate in qualifiers this year. Out of those, we took the top 24 into the winners for the top 16, the losers for the next 8 down. It was crazy competitive. You had to get an average of about 700K score in order just to qualify. Very, very impressive group of players we have here this year. It's going to make for an awesome tournament, which is going to start off today, Saturday, Sunday, double elimination bracket in that tournament. We have our first several rounds going on throughout the day today, round of 16, quarterfinals, and I believe semifinals as well.
A little bit of the
part of the
losers
semifinals
bracket.
round and the associated losers bracket today. And we're even going to get on stage for certain of these matches starting later on. So very, very excited for how the tournament is going to play out.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that. We've got 4 map pools, one for the qualifiers yesterday, one for the round of 16 and quarterfinals today, one for the semifinals partially today and tomorrow, as well as the finals, and then a last final pool for the grand finals between the top 3 competitors, the hardest pool that we have had since back in 2023. The early rounds are going to be best of 7 one band, so the first player to 4 points wins. It is a little short of matches, but we are short on time because it is a LAN event. So you get some short matches here to start off. Best of 9 one band in the semifinals, and then best of 11 2 bands for the finals and grand finals. A bit of an abridged format for those. And qualifiers yesterday, of course, as I mentioned, we played Friday. It was open pretty much all day on the hour. Every hour, players could play one lobby of their choice. They played through the map pool twice, and it was scored with an average % max for anyone who likes to check out the statistics. We do have a lot of other stuff going on here, though, not just the tournament. We've got battle royales, we've got a mapping contest, we've got a PP record race, we have a stamp card rally for new players, and we have, of course, the ranked play debut. So just a quick touch on each of those. For the battle royales, we have multiple lobbies with star ratings ranging from 1.5 to 9 stars. We saw the 9-star speed battle royale yesterday. We've got some new player battle royales for anyone who so wishes going on Sunday, alongside a lot of those other battle royales for the intermediate ranges. And players are generally assigned based on their rank. We have a mapping contest with a bunch of original songs by Royal Core / Mats, and a $2,500 prize pool for that, with $1,000 going towards first place, and judging done by specially chosen judges rather than the community. Results showcase for that is 2:15 Pacific time on Sunday.
And moving on through fun stuff, there's also, I'm super excited for the PP record race.
We already have 1,500.
We've seen a 1,500 PP play live on LAN. We've seen, I think, a couple 1,400s as well. Like, we've got players going absolutely crazy. Everybody's highest PP score gets entered into a leaderboard. Highest, what is it? The cash prize matches, like the PP value, up to a total of 1,600. So I'm sorry, MREC, you said a 1,700 on LAN. You still only get 1,600, I guess.
It's a max 1,000 for first place, and then 400 and 200, kind of matching the PP or a fraction thereof. So
it's going to be that one. That's competitive, man. Like,
yes, it is.
And you see people like clustered around watching players going for these crazy high PP plays. It's intense.
Yeah.
And then I also I've like the ranked play debut. We've seen the rollout of ranked play recently. And so we've got ranked matchmaking can be played on Laser, and I believe highest MMR result gets prizes for that one. So we'll play ranked play. It's a very cool introduction, and this is a cool setting for it as well.
Oh, definitely. The last couple things, stamp card rally for new players specifically, kind of filling out a passport, accomplishing tasks like make an account, add a friend, play a beat map, download something from the website, all those basics for new players. And then, of course, the free play section, as at every LAN. We, however, are already into our first match. Seed number 1 versus seed number 16 out of qualifiers. MREC versus Window Life. American MREC versus Window Life for our first matchup of the round of 16. Yeah, this is kind of a ridiculous match for a very first match of the weekend and a seed 1 versus seed 16 in a 1v1 tournament. To be MREC versus Window Life is gonna, I think, present a very, very close match between these two, and already we are in to the first pick of the match. This was the first pick from MREC, the Laser Mod 1 Axion by Sakuzio. This has a couple of different mods on it. This is a barrel roll and I believe depth, yes, yeah, for this one.
Yeah, and that's a super cool laser mod combo. It's one of my absolute favorites to see, with the notes coming out from the bottom of the playfield and rotating around the playfield throughout the patterns, as you can see. I think this is one of my favorite implementations of laser mods that I've seen in a couple of tournaments now is the barrel roll depth combination. And these laser mod maps are, I think, going to be a really great way of showcasing who's prepped these pools, who's the most prepared, who's practiced, because you can see, a couple breaks coming through from Window Life, and MREC may be able to take advantage of it with the combo lead and the pretty sizable score. Are we in the wrong slots here? The score gap is a little confusing here, but I believe it should be MREC in the lead by a couple 100,000 points at this point. Looking at the combo, looking at the lack of misses, looking at the accuracy as well. Yeah, it does look like it's just flipped at the moment. I believe it's pretty accurate to their scores, although a little off. But, I mean, just looking at the scores in the top right for each player, I mean, you see the full combo 99.88 for MREC, 100, I believe, there, versus the 93 accuracy play for Window Life. MREC is crushing it on the first pick. To be expected on this pool, especially with these laser mod picks. As you said, if you prep the pools and you have the mechanical skill to play about 5 to 6 star maps throughout the tournament, you are going to have a very good time with the laser mod picks here. Yeah, and it feels to me, laser mods are a lot about reading and learning kind of new concepts of gameplay that you're not always going to be familiar with if you're a stable player. And we've seen the adaptability of MREC over the course of his time in the scene as somebody who isn't just like a mechanics player. He can play reading stuff. He can play whatever you throw at him. And he's so fast at learning new things. His ability to pick up and play even these crazy laser mods is really, really high. So liking that first pick, liking that performance, and 1-0 lead for MREC first pick. I don't think too surprising on that one. No, definitely not.
Window Life, to his credit, also becoming much more of an all-rounder. I think for a lot of people was kind of just the speed and hard rock guy, but we've seen him even in a couple of years past playing stuff like Hidden 3 and OWC Grand Finals and some of these other more technical reading-focused picks. So definitely has it in him, but not on that Laser Mod 1. Unfortunately for him against MREC, not going to be on that map. So we'll see what he wants to fire back with. There are a couple of, I think, pretty solid picks for him in this pool. Something like the Hard Rock 2 Afro Knuckle would be pretty solid there. If you do have the kind of memorization down for the LM2, there is maybe a little bit less of that on the LM2, as it is just a wind-up map. But it looks like that is banned, actually, by Window Life, so not wanting any part of that laser mod. MREC banning out the DT2, so not leaving up kind of the specialty there for Window Life. And Window Life actually first picking into Shotgun Senorita, Pan's Hidden Challenge. This is a very overlap-heavy reading challenge for this Hidden 2.
Yeah, and I'm going to be real. I'm a little interested in going into this as your first pick as Window Life into MREC. Not necessarily where I would have expected him to go first in this matchup, but, it's a map, again, where if you practice it and you know the patterns with the overlaps, the perfect stacks that show up, and the kind of minimal snap aim requirement in it as well. This could be FC AC battle type of scenario for these type of players, where if you really trust your ability to play and match the way you did in practice, could be a choice to go to. Window Life, like you were saying, generally speaking, able to play hidden, but not always known as a low AR hidden player. So we'll see how it pans out.
But I think on a pool this easy, you should assume that both players can probably play everything, right? And so I think it's much less about picking into an opponent's weakness or a generally tricky map, and much more about picking into, okay, what do I have the practice on? What is a really solid pick for me on this pool, especially against somebody else that is at this level, right? Window Life picking into Emrek, sure, but Emrek picking into Window Life as well. He's not going for the DT1. He's not going for your Hard Rock and AIM or Blue Zenith in the no-mod pool, right? He's going for that laser mod, the more memory-focused, practice-focused map.
When we get into it, so we're going to see how this will go here. Window Life own first pick. Double SS in play, but not anymore. There goes the early 100 for Window Life. So the minute I even think about mentioning it at the very start of the map, it falls. There's a little bit of an AC drop there for Window Life. And quite frankly, that could be enough to lose on the map right there. You just drop a little bit of accuracy in a map like this that is only OD8 or OD7. You're going to have a rough time, because that's just not unfortunately an OD where you should really be losing too much AC at all. And you can see Emrek maintaining the SS still, while Window Life has dropped down to 98.5. This is, I actually think, back WinCon, and there's a big miss on that linear, and I dare say the map kind of over.
Oh, hell nah. He picked the 4-star into Emrek. Hell nah. Emrek on the 4-star.
Emrek, the highest skill cap player in the game. The one who says we need all of our pools in every tournament to just be infinite star rating. It needs 9-star, 10-star pools for every tournament. Showing that he can come into the first stage here, play the 5-star, and just, I'm going to drop the 1-2-100 FC because he has that consistency at whatever star rating you ask him to play.
Yeah, I mean, it is one thing to have incredibly high skill cap. It is another thing to pair that with the ridiculous consistency necessary to come down, a full 5 stars from your skill cap and still FC basically everything in the pool, right? And that's what he did on the qualifiers pool. Okay, maybe down 3 or 4 stars from your skill cap on that one. In this case, literally down 5 stars from your skill cap, and still the 2-100 full combo for Emrek on that pick. Not even a bad score from Window Life. I think 850k on that is perfectly reasonable. That is 5 stars after hidden, 4.95 before the hidden on that map. And regardless of whether you're picking the skill cap or the low star rating into him, Emrek is apparently still going to come out ahead.
There's not much that scares the guy.
No.
He just here's your map pool, Mr. Emrek. 5 stars or 12 stars, he will devour it regardless. And he's just gonna drop some FCs like it ain't no big thing. So early breakpoint in a best of 7. Suboptimal, you could say, for Window Life, and puts Emrek in a pretty good spot. But again, easy-ish pool for these guys, so you still have to be pretty locked in. It's not like you can just say, I'm going to rely on skill cap. You have to be able to say, I'm going to continue to hold this level of consistency throughout, and make sure to back up that breakpoint, get the consolidation for the 3-0 here if possible, and he's going to stay in the hidden pool with that hidden 1. So we're going to go into good rush, a little bit of light tapping for the boys.
Yeah, at this BPM for these players, I wouldn't even call it tapping. This is all the flow aim for these two right now. 185 BPM. There are some long streams, of course. I think for a lot of players, long streams at 185 is going to qualify as tapping, but not for Emrek and Window Life. This is going to be all about the flow aim hidden, and may become a perfect showcase for one of the great laser mechanics that I love, which is the lack of note lock on stream maps. We had a map of Wind Tails by Yakwon in the qualifiers for Hidden 2 there. That was, I think, a very good showcase of why no note lock can be a very big boon on some particular maps. I think this one may lend itself to that as well as we get into things here. Slight accuracy lead for Emrek to start things off, but the full combo intact for both players.
Yeah, this is... this is, again, like, these picks are going to be, who can maintain consistency, who can FC all of the maps with the highest accuracy. And once again, it's Emrek starting off with the AC advantage into For the star rating, like, there's some moderately challenging flowy patterns in here with the expanding streams, the accelerating, decelerating patterning.
I mean, this is one of the hardest maps in the pool.
Yeah, I was going through the pool, and I did think that this is, outside of the laser mods, which are such their own thing, this is probably one of the harder picks you're going to see here. But, both of these guys making it look pretty straightforward thus far, about halfway through Double FC. But, again, Emrek has that accuracy advantage that's going to serve him well enough to the tune of about a 20,000 score lead.
Not much right now, though, and even with laser scoring, when you do find those breaks, you lose that capped combo bonus. I think at about 200 is where it starts to kick in on laser scoring, and your opponent gets effectively some free combo. And there's actually a misaim from Emrek there, about 3/4 or 2/3 of the way into the map. Window Life now with the full combo, lower accuracy, sure, but is going to get that combo advantage for a short time here, about another 100 combo to his name to continue building up this combo advantage and the score lead to go along with it. And suddenly 20k for Emrek turns to 40k for Window Life going into the last quarter of the map, and he finds a miss of his own.
That was a big break right near the ending, and Emrek building back up to that combo that you had mentioned. You get over, the 200-300 mark, start to build that score your own way. Again, does have some time, right? Very note-dense, streamy map, so there is a decent chunk of score here at the ending. Emrek trying to bring it back down. He's down to 10k. Is there going to be enough time into the very ending? 3k, 2k, 1k, flips over.
Window Life missed right at the end.
And Emrek by 3,996 points. The barest of margins. It's going to be the dub for the 3-0 lead. You got to feel for Window Life a little bit there. He had the opportunity, just could not hold on.
He was so close to the break point there. If he had just not found one miss right at the end, I think it would have been enough to keep him in the lead and take that break point on Emrek's second pick, but just not quite going to be enough. And again, I think this goes to show these early star rating pools really just come down to the consistency for both of these players, the consistency and accuracy, because if Emrek did not have the higher accuracy in that map, he would not have won. He needed that higher act to get that 4,000 score lead, and it paid off for him. And now we get into the Hard Rock 2, a pick I mentioned at the start of the match for Window Life, a potential good pick for him. Let's see if he can pull out a win against Emrek on the Precision Hard Rock pick here.
Yeah, and Precision, generally speaking, feels like a pretty good skill set for Window Life. I mean, what doesn't feel like a good skill set for Emrek, I guess, but Precision maybe not like his number. It's on the list of skill sets you think of for Emrek, it's about infinitely long, but I don't think Precision is necessarily right at the very top of it.
No, I think there's a lot of other tournament players that come to mind when you think about Precision before Emrek does. Obviously, he is good at it, but not his specialty.
Not, and this one, kind of a rounded alt BPM Precision pick too. So it's, I think, in the wheelhouse of a player like Window Life, who is generally speaking good at. He's good at like alt. He's good at tech more than you maybe think about.
Yes.
Some types of maps that he's generally speaking going to be very capable on. So, as he tries to keep himself alive in this match for at least one more pick, I think this is a pretty decent one. Obviously, you're probably not going to go into like your favorite DTs. You don't have like a No Mod 5 to opt into. So let's go into something a little bit different here and hope for the best as Window Life down 3-0. Possible last pick, possible last map, and already an early break right at the start. Try to get those land nerves, man. They can be deadly on Precision. Ooh.
Yeah, land setup makes all the difference on a Precision map like this, and I think this is really, for both of these players, just going to be a test of how comfortable they are on their setups, and I think Window Life is having some discomfort right now. He's finding a couple of these early misses, and they're just slight overaims basically every time. To me, that just speaks to the setup not being quite super comfortable for him. Excuse me, I remember it's another overaim, and he is just having some trouble, I believe, with the setup, and that is really unfortunate. I remember at City's Winter Invitational back in winter 24-25, so last winter, Window Life was the victor of that Invitational LAN, and he credited basically all of his victory. Obviously, he's a skilled player, but beating out other players like Taquito, right? He had really credited a lot of his success to finding a super comfortable setup and sticking with it the entire weekend and making sure that he could play extremely comfortably on a LAN environment where finding that comfort in your setup is incredibly, incredibly important. And unfortunately, I think the opposite has happened here. He has found a very uncomfortable setup, it looks like, or just not quite been able to iron out the kinks in that setup so far. And yeah, not having a good time on this Hard Rock 2. I think by all accounts, you expect Window Life to be far more comfortable on a Hard Rock Precision alt pick at 6.5 stars than this.
Yeah.
Emmerich, though.
Emmerich, though, you know, holding on to the just sub 98 AC FC. Feels like, you know, doesn't really even need talking about. Like, he's just going to FC stuff on this pool. He's not going to have too much trouble in that regard. But yeah, the LAN setup issues, the LAN nerves, whatever it may be, you know, clearly affecting Window Life just a little bit worse, and that is going to be a pretty clean 4-0 victory for Emmerich. Obviously, had the close point on that hidden one. Could have really gone either way, and maybe that would have swung the status of this match, right? If he gets that 1 point on the board, you never know how it's going to go after that. Get some confidence, but unfortunately, just not meant to be. So that's going to be the Emmerich sweep. 4-0 final score. Not a whole lot, I don't feel, to really say about that, other than that Emmerich doing Emmerich things. He's dropping full combos. He's making easy pools look easy.
Exactly.
And you know, he's just going to go onward into the next round, as you would pretty much always expect him to do.
Yep. Yep, exactly. And I believe our next match up is going to be pretty much ready to go. I think we're going to get a caster swap in here before we get into that next match. So a quick congratulations to Emmerich, 4-0 victory over Window Life. Window Life moving on into the losers bracket to face off against Rimmer, who qualified in as seed number 22 yesterday through the qualifiers. And our next match here on the A stream, I believe, is going to be Boshiman versus Rykik, seed number 4 versus seed number 13. I believe over on the B stream, if it is up, we are going to be getting Ricole versus Vesperit. I'm not quite sure if that is up right now. We've been having quite a lot of difficulties with the audio production side of things, unfortunately, so far at the Level Up Expo this year. But that is going to be it for us for now. So congrats to Emmerich. Good luck to Window Life in the losers bracket. Good luck to Emmerich versus Caleb Shucks in the winners bracket. And we're going to be back here very soon for Boshiman versus Rykik on the A stream.
Hello, welcome back to Roundtable 2026 at Level Up Expo. We are moving quickly through our first round of matches here in the bracket stage. We are headed on into match number 2 for our stream here. It is going to be Bashiman versus Rykit, qualifiers seeds 4 versus 13. I'm still this one guy. Joining me for this one is going to be Chili Repair, and Rykit is your boy.
He's, I think by virtue of being the East Coast representative for this tournament, I feel like I am obligated to root for the boys. But at the same juncture, Bashiman, longtime friend of mine, of course. There's no bias on the casting desk here. I am friends with both of these players, I will admit. It's going to be an exciting one. A pretty major seed disparity, but at that, it's a day 1 pool. It's a little bit easier, a little bit more accessible, and I'm excited to see how these two duke it out regardless.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot in the previous match with how competitive the signups were this year, with how many great players we have this time around. This earlier pool is going to be a big battle of consistency at a low star rating. You're going to expect to see a lot of full combos, and that means that players who are able to get set up and be ready to go at LAN are going to be in a really good position. We saw the consistency showing with MREC last match. And so very interested to see who it's going to be this match, or, if we get maybe a battle. I could see this one being pretty close.
And I agree with you, and I think that consistency is something to really call out here because Bashiman has such high-level experience in high-stakes tournaments, OWC, 3-digit World Cup, lands previously as well. He really is kind of the player to look out for in this situation. He knows the pressure behind it. He's a little bit more dynamic maybe with having played on a LAN-style setup before, which gives him that versatility, whereas Rykit, not quite as well versed in the sort of away from home setup, and I'm interested to see how he's been able to sort of navigate that, get himself prepared. I know, you talked a lot about last match with players like Window Life, really trying to find that comfortable setup, making sure that they're being consistent with how they're playing throughout the week. And there is, part of that's going to play in, I think, today. So I think if Rykit can find that, he absolutely has the skill for it. He's really come into his own recently, and I do think the bans here are going to maybe reveal a little bit of that to us to see if he stays pretty standard on that.
Yeah, and I think the bans in the first pick there, I think pretty clear what these guys are going to be looking to go into, right? With Bashi banning the DT1, which is kind of the mechanics of the DT, and then Rykit banning Laser Mod 2, kind of that older style, something that Bashi's super good at, and first picking into the DT2. So I think you're going to expect to see Rykit going for a little more mechanics. And then Bashi, I mean, in this map pool, right, you've got this precision Hard Rock 2 that's going to be an option. You've got the heavy reading overlaps and stacks in the hidden 2. Laser Mod 1 still available as well. We talked a lot previously, and I think that's a big facet of this tournament, is those laser mods are so unique. Most players, unless they're laser heads, for lack of a better phrase, if you're a frequent laser player, you might be into that stuff. But otherwise, if you're like an everyday, a normal tournament player or even a solo player, you're going to have a little bit of a different time. So very curious to see if we end up going into that later on. But it looks like DT2 first pick here for Rykit as we just wait to get going into that one. DT2, of course, Luka Night Fever, 240 BPM. It's an old style. It's an Arnold map.
It is an Arnold map. Yeah, for those wondering, that's sort of like the attribution of maps to certain players within the community just by like capitalizing on a skill set. Luka Night Fever. Given that a DT2 slot is not usually aim heavy, this does have quite a bit of aim in it. It does fall more into the speed map category, so it's got bursts, it's got the aim, it's got the movement around the screen. You're not getting your standard DT2 flow aim comfortable speed player slot in here, so you do need a command over mechanical skill sets. And while these players sort of evidently get ready, set up for this, I do think this is a smart pick for Rykit, even against Bashi, who will demolish early stage DTs. We do attribute a lot of what he does to the aim and the gimmick skill sets. He's really consistent at that sort of thing. He does have the capability to make it through, and even especially in these consistency-based mechanic slots here, this is a player who has played at the top levels
Right.
for years. You know, at this point, it is tough to attribute the singular skill set down to either of these two players, and that should be said for Raikik as well, who has really come into his own. He was a big mechanics player for a while. That's sort of what he championed. It was what he kind of stuck to in tournaments primarily, and over the past couple of months has branched out, has started to become really consistent with the hard rocks, the hidden slots even, and I think that might give him an advantage overall, having that flexibility.
Well, one thing though, you know, it's a pretty small best of. So, you know, even if you have advantages in certain skill sets, like you're going to run out of those maps pretty quickly. I feel like one thing that I am interested in with these early stages being only best of 7, the way momentum plays a factor, I feel like a lot of the time players will opt into first ban, second pick, you know, or whatever the equivalent type of option is, because if you're playing like best of 11, best of 13, you get down to the end of the match, you get down to not many picks left in the pool, you want to have that last pick. Whereas in this, I almost wonder if in a best of 7, like, let me get first pick, let me get out in front, let me get that 1-0, because I only need 3 more maps after that. I don't need a lot more. And so if you've got, like, I've got 2 picks that are perfect for me, like, if you get 1 break point, that's already 3-0. Like, you're in a super, super good spot. Whereas, you know, if you go behind 0-1, you're starting off, you give up a break point on your own first pick, and all of a sudden it's 0-2, your second pick, you're like, oh God, what do I do now? So kind of this strategy of you know, small best of, which is something we don't see as much anymore these days, is I think might come into play, especially with some of the more competitive matches. You know, if you can get out in front early, get some momentum.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself from the player perspective. It is that constant battle of, do you want to lead your opponent in? If you have that break point advantage off the start, you have obviously now given yourself the instantaneous win should your opponent not find another slip up, and you maintain your picking strategy for the remainder of the match. And there's a lot to be said about the confidence that comes with choosing first pick and knowing that you have that map in the pool that you are so confident on that you can just go at it and immediately take that win, go up 1-0. So there's the double-edged sword almost, where it is about, do I want to sort of set myself on the right track mentally on land? Like, do I want to steel myself, get the first map in, know that I got my point and that I'm starting off the way that I wanted to? Or, you know, in the spirit of Las Vegas, maybe gamble a little bit.
Gamble.
Yeah, give my opponent the first pick and say, you know what? No, I can match you on whatever you can do. Let's run it and see what happens here. And I do think there is going to be a lot of room for that this weekend. But in these early stage matches, and in Raikik's mind being the lower seeded player here, there is sort of that like subconscious resolve that you are fighting the uphill battle against an OWC champion. And I think that with him being in that position, it is smart to just go out of the gate swinging. I think he's picked a skill set that he's good at. He has picked something that, while Boshiman is going to be strong on, is not like the champion of DT across the United States team. This is an avenue that he can just capitalize on. Like, DT pool is gone now. Let's use the speed.
Yeah, and then after that, Boshiman has the options of like Hidden 2, Hard Rock 2. Raikik has the options of maybe like a Nomad 2, Hidden 1 in this pool. So the ebbs and flows of even a short match will be interesting to see. Just to touch on a little bit of housekeeping while we are getting this match prepped and set up, we do have the correction. Earlier we had mentioned Caleb versus Zudi. The result of that was actually Zudinator winning over Caleb Shucks 4-1, so it's going to be Emrek versus Zudinator for I don't know how manyth time in their careers in the 1v1 scene. Those guys have, the guy and girl have been at it for a long time, so that's going to be an interesting matchup to see in the quarterfinals in the winners bracket. Also currently ongoing, Recoil versus Vesprit is our second match at this same time slot. Vesprit leading that one 2-1 in the early goings. So, you know, already seeing, you know, maybe a competitive one there. And I mean, Emrek versus Window Life round 1 into Emrek Zudinator round 2. when we say that this year's iteration of Roundtable here at Level Up Expo is competitive, that's the sort of thing we're talking about, because those are some incredibly well-established tournament players, and they're meeting each other early on.
Yeah, a round 2 matchup between the #1 player in Australia and the world facing off against the #1 player in Canada. There is a lot to be said about that in a round of 16 to quarterfinals, isn't there? And even with some of these other matches here, too. I mean, you've got double OWC matchups. We have Rectigon versus Fiery Rage later. We also have RNG versus Decaton. So 4WC carry versus Decaton, like the new hero of the United States in the World Cups here. And even some of these old new player matchups that we're seeing. So I know you mentioned Ricoel versus Vespirit. That is, Vespirit, a player who's been around for a very long time. Not quite as seen in the tournament scene as much nowadays, just by virtue of being sort of like in that trickle-down part of the community. Ricoel making a name for themselves most recently, and a lot of the regional tournaments been performing great across the board, and I think that he's got something to prove here today, and being a 2-1 scoreline right now, I think there is an opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, geez, even to talk about just real briefly, like some of the players that are going to be starting in the losers bracket, right? Seeds 17 through 24. I mean, you've got Crestive, who's been a strong player in United States Cup for Team Colorado for years and years. You've got Kama, who's a former OWC player. One Tabby, who's been in consideration for OWC slots. So it's going to be some intense matches to come. But it looks like after we have managed to get things fixed up here, we are hopefully going to get into our first map here, which it appears that they're playing. So, I mean, Radiocaster looks like Rykick holding the, probably holding the FC with superior accuracy so far, as he has a 37,000 score lead over Bashi. Hopefully we will have a view of them performing at some point in the very short future. But if nothing else, you can see the score here. Yeah, it looks like a little tech issue with this particular map on the laser client. So unfortunately, if nothing else, you can imagine the map, right? Just think back to, goodness, what year is this from?
This is old. This is a 5-digit map ID map.
So cast your mind all the way back to the year 2010 in OSU mapping. Imagine 240 BPM tapping and some aim, and you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to be seeing. Hopefully, if nothing else, we'll have a result for you on the map here.
Yeah, I mean, Rykick,
once that goes through.
He was in the lead. I think that's the key here. He picked his map. He's up here. Look at this, 140K. So Bashi has missed at this juncture. That is a score line for a break. So Rykick definitely still holding the full combo based on the amount of time that we've been here for. That 500+ K is definitely sitting in. And, as much as we'd love to get you all the old style half semi-Euro beat song playing over the stream here, like you said, compatibility with the new version of the client that, honestly, it plays amazingly. I think everyone should now try Laser. There's been a big push for it recently, especially here. Laser Grand Arena with the 1v1 tournaments that we're now running through it. So old maps are, unfortunately kind of the way that it goes. They were semi-compatible on the original client, and on Laser, we're sort of still working out the kinks with how that's going to play through. So getting them is working as possible. I don't know how many old maps we put in the other pools here. Luckily switched on Lotus Band, so if that didn't work as well, then we're sort of safe. But there are definitely some older ones in here, so hopefully we don't see this too often. Looks like the map has finished. Scores have stopped counting. 875,000 final score for Rykick. So a 1 miss play, it seems, at around 875K. Boshiman maybe another 1 or 2 miss with some lower accuracy, sitting around 600K. Respectable score gap between these two players. Rykick doing well for himself to really create that space on his first map, as Boshiman now looks to respond.
And it appears that the response is going to be Hidden 2, which is no surprise to me. I expected 100% for this to either be Hidden 2 or Hard Rock 2. Bashi very well known for his reading, very well known for his precision. Those are the two maps that jump out for him in this pool. Hidden 2, we're seeing again here, much like we saw in the MREC versus Window Life match, a pretty early pick. Perfect stacks, overlaps, I believe entirely new combo. I think the entire map is like all NC, which is a little interesting for the reading. No follow points.
Yes.
Is an interesting facet. And of course, tournament players I think will be pretty familiar with this one. It's been around the block a few times. It's old but not incredibly old. This was in USC, I know, a few years ago.
So many years ago.
It's been all over the place. And again, it's Bashiman picking into a reading map here against a player primarily known for their mechanics. And you can already see just at the start here the accuracy advantage, like just in the first couple hundred combo. Bashi holding the SS, right kick down to 93%.
Yeah, and this is the type of map where you are not meant to be dropping accuracy here. This is sort of like a miss or be done sort of thing, especially if you've seen the more difficult patterns on this map. And I think that's the key with the whole thing being new combo is reading players. For those that are unaware, tend to use combo colors as the big aspect to guide how they're playing patterns. And the fact that this map is purely new combo means that you don't get the recognition on the patterns for that. And as we go to the overlaps, which will come up after this section, we've got some square perfect stack overlaps here. That's where those come into play. So this triangle right here, there's going to be more through. And Bashiman, he's doing exactly what we expected him to do. This is Bashiman's game right here. SS through the first hard pattern. There's going to be at least one more of those that's a little bit longer for him.
Yeah, this is just Bashiman in his element. This is one of the skill sets that he is among the best at, is very well known for. And it's just going to be, can he hold the SS, is about the only question left to be answered on this particular play, because it is pretty well done and dusted at this point with a massive 260+ K score lead. Coming into the ending here, still yet to drop a 100. No land nerves, no land jitters, no land setup issues for Bashi on this particular pick. The SS into the very end, last couple of circles hit, and there it is. Bashiman, the perfect SS on his first pick, Hidden 2. Throwing down the gauntlet in this match right there with that one.
What a show off, man. What a show off. Look at this. This is on Laser 2, by the way, for those watching at home here. The biggest difference between Laser and the stable client that we are currently on as like the old version is the slider accuracy. There's quite a few sliders on this map, not quite in the high velocity, but you must trace the sliders all the way to the end. You can't just hit the start and then the follow points and then be done with it. So to pull off an SS and Laser is actually more difficult than it is on the old version of the client. So making these even more rare to see as we play tournaments, and later into the weekend, God forbid we see an SS on one of those maps, we are in for quite the treat on later stage pools.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun, especially come that grand finals pool, but we got a ways to go before we get there, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves on that particular topic.
But I want it now, T1G.
I know. You're the MREC kind of like, I need every pool to be 9 stars. Don't even scale it, or scale it 9-star, 10-star, 11-star. That's all we need for a 1v1 tournament. Who needs these low-star pools for accessibility's sake? We're just throwing you right to the wolves.
It's just the weeders. Take the 7 stars. Like, let's get this going here.
These are the best players in the world,
right?
What are we doing with consistency checks? So it is going to be, though, the 1-to-1 early on in this match, and we're going, as I think kind of expected here, we're going to go second pick for Reikick into the Nomad 2. It's Blue Zenith, it's KTG Stir's diff, so not quite all the way at the top diff of this one, no. But we're still going to see a pretty decent flow tapping test. You know the song, you know what you're going to be getting in this one. It's very flowy, it's 200 BPM, it's pretty long as well, nearly 4 minutes, so let the better tapping player win is basically the name of the game here.
And that is it. For those that are really only familiar with the top difficulty, understandably, the biggest difference between the KTG Stir is the second one down is really those longer spaced streams at the ending. That big, like, Cookie Z moment at the ending there. The real difference is just that stream is more reasonable. It's less spaced. The hit circles are still touching each other, so you lose that like big diff spike in star rating, and that's kind of the major difference here. So like we've been saying for the early stages as well, the consistency sort of going to be the big difference there.
And Little early Bancho break there, it looks like, for Raikik, with both players holding. I do think one thing to look out for is we see a couple of little act drops. Watch for those quick buzz sliders. They can be just a little dangerous. I think, like, what are they, 1/8/16 repeat
quick,
buzz sliders. Yeah. Really quick in some of the ends of the streams. Very easy to, not really these so much, I mean, those are on their own, but when they're part of the streams, watch out for those. You can see act drops, you might see combo drops if players aren't careful to properly tap and hold those here. But I think, as to be expected, you know, for all our talk of Bashi as more the gimmick player, obviously more than capable of the lower star rating pool mechanics just fine. And that's showing here as we're more or less dead even, just a small act gap between the players. You can see in the score, I mean, it's 5K. Some hundreds coming in there from Raikik, though. Ooh. He's all over the place, too. That wasn't just over or under streaming. That was both ways. And again, also, as we mentioned before, Laser, no note lock. So, you know, even on a low star rating, you can miss. This, you won't chain miss on the bright side. But back into some streams we go. It's Bashi's lead just on accuracy so far.
Yeah, and those start and stop streams really are difficult to get that timing down, so that really is the place to drop accuracy. And unfortunately for Raikik, a lot more so than Bashi Men falling through there. This map is so accessible to both of these players. I mean, if we're putting this in perspective, these are both players who I see hard rocking the top difficulty of this map. So I'm not expecting a break out of either of these two. It really is going to be about that accuracy. So that 100 count from Raikik there on those start and stop streams really is going to be a big difference maker here, unless we see Bashi Men find a pretty big slip up into the ending, and there's not really another section like that coming through.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Bashi as he tries to find the break point opportunity here. Couple hundreds here and there, drops the accuracy down just a tad, and man, into the break. It's a short one, but you can see that score gap under 10,000 points. One combo advantage to Bashi Men. Oh, that's a big accuracy drop. He falls all the way down to the bottom of 98, and just like that, lead over to Raikik by 12K. I mean, that's just the difference. You drop a whole bunch of AC on one stream, and all of a sudden the lead is your opponent's for the taking. And the break as well comes in. And now it is Raikik to try to sprint to the finish here on this pick of his own.
Oh, and that is a brutal fall off from Bashi there. Does find another miss, and then this 100 count coming up from Raikik as well, who actually completely falls off that stream. That is a significant amount of score back towards Bashi, so it does sort of keep it within reach around 40K, but there's just no combo to speak of on either player. Raikik does continue to find breaks here, though. 10K down again, but we are approaching the ending of the map, and there goes Bashi Men. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin, 40K for Raikik.
Boy, I don't know, though. I mean, neither of them has the consistency you would want in the ending of this. Not entirely sure what happened to these guys, but it came down to the wire. Yep, that's going to do it. It's Raikik going to hold on, but I feel this map didn't really progress the way we expected it to. I mean, both guys really struggled in the last quarter. Raikik just getting the better of it by a small enough margin. I'm going to be curious, hopefully we get to stats screen here. I'm going to be curious to see what the miscounts look like, and unfortunately it looks like we, yep, there we are. So it's 5 misses versus 4 misses, so yeah, pretty close. It's just that matter of the slight combo lead that Raikik managed to maintain. And victory his for the 2-1 advantage, but I mean, that was a little more of a toss-up than I think he would have liked it to be on his own second pick here. Yeah, and I agree. You know, it was really, you see that one extra miss on Raikik, one extra slider break on Bashi, and then it was really just that 10-100 difference in between the middle, which, yeah, I mean, 30K, that sounds about right for that map. And the ending of that map is difficult, but that was quite the struggle for both players into the ending there. So the consistency may be giving out towards the ending, the nerves kicking in. You know, when you pull up a 15-1600 combo through the middle section of that map, it's like, well, is the other guy holding? I can't see. I don't know what's going on. Someone help me, please. And you start to really get in your own head there. So good on Raikik for holding the pick down. I think he did what he needed to do. He's picking smart. He's not deviating in under the face of pressure here, and Bashi Men doing likewise. Yeah, and I think another very logical pick here coming in for Bashi is going to be this LM1 It's Axion with the barrel roll and depth mods, which you can kind of already see here what those are going to be doing to the map circles coming from the middle bottom out and rotating around the screen. Gee, Chillier, I'm so surprised to see Bashiman picking a gimmick map. I never would have expected this to happen.
Nope. Bashiman, known mechanics player, speed roster, speed cup winner 18 times in a row. He's new to this skill set. I heard from him this week that he wanted to practice up on it, and by God, it looks like he did. However, he does find a couple of breaks here, so specialist skill set for Bashiman, but Rykik putting the practice in on this map, hitting through the streams as well, and holding good accuracy to boot. That is a pretty stark difference there on just one section. Bashi now needs quite a few breaks from Rykik to get back into this.
And Bashi is quite frankly having a rough go of things here. He's found multiple misses in the first half of the map. He's going to need to FC the rest and hope for some help from the other side. Rykik looking very, very strong on this 98.5 act. Finally, the first drop comes in. He's got a 100k lead to play with, and Bashi drops as well. So no advantage gained for the player we kind of expect to have the advantage on this type of map, but Rykik showing he came ready to play, and we've been talking all day so far about what these laser mods are about. You've got to be prepped and practiced and prepared for them. And Rykik, knowing that this was going to be the matchup as soon as the seed reveals were done, maybe said, hey, let me make sure I am set on this pick. This is a very good performance from the lower seed player here, 13 against 4, and he's the one with the 160k lead into the ending of this pick for a break point.
Big up-and-comer Rykik. We sort of mentioned it in passing at the start, but this is current World Cup performer to aspiring and very close to that with performances recently. This speaks volumes about it. 800,000 points on a very, very difficult gimmicky mod combination. I mean, zooming circles, spinning around your screen. Need I say more? That is a struggle to play, even with practice, and the miscount, hundreds exactly the same for both players. It was just those 4 misses early.
And 4 misses on a map that short, it is a lot. So that's really impressive stuff from Rykik. I'm happy to see that out of him. I mean, it's unfortunate for Bashi to lose that on the break point like that, but solid stuff from Rykik, and now has his own pick to try to capitalize on it, as we will see where he goes. It's going to be Hard Rock 1, the tech Hard Rock pick, and this is, you know, kind of a mechanics-focused tech map in the Hard Rock pool here. And this is for all the marbles here, right? This is 3-1.
Yeah.
So you can close out the match right here, right now.
This is a turning point right here. Picking aim into Bashi is definitely a bit of a 50-50 depending on the day that you catch him on. Like you said, a little bit more on the mechanical tech side of things. I would maybe classify under slider aim side here. Classic USAO mapping overall. This is going to be big cross-screen sliders. You can sort of see the sort of vibe that this map is going to bring up here. And coming into this first drop, this is exactly what this map is about. It's these long sliders and the accuracy going to come into play with hitting those slider ends that we mentioned earlier.
And so far, it's what he can do to try to run with it here. Score gap 30k, makes it through the stream into the buzz sliders as well. It's a marginal accuracy lead, but it's several hundred combo lead, and 50k already halfway through. This is another one of the shorter maps in this pool, only 2 minutes long. They'll see the scores there. It's Bashiman having all the advantage. He has the combo advantage. He has the accuracy lead, score lead as well. Breakpoint may be able to come right back unless Rykik can mount a furious defense here at the last third of the map.
Ooh, and that's a big break from Bashiman. They're right at the point of the next kiosk. Rykik's able to capitalize on that with some combo here. That could be a difference maker. That score lead is creeping down as he holds through this combo. Bashiman, quarter of the map left to go. He's done well for himself to hold to this point, but that score lead is not moving very fast. We've got just under it to go, but Rykik unrelenting holding through this combo. It's 14K, it's 12K, it's 10K. It continues going, and we just wait for the final blow to come out from Raikik here. There's so few seconds left in the map. It's 2K, it's 1K. Does it go back? Does he hold the accuracy? Raikik needs this through. It's flipping back and forth. Who wins the map? And it's Bashiman at the ending with a miss.
It's the very last second break from Raikik, and Bashi he held the accuracy lead for long enough. Laser scoring versus score V2 has a little bit of difference in the calculation, where accuracy versus combo. And man, Bashi just barely squeaking by there to avoid the defeat, and gets his own last pick now. 3-2 the score. Man, everybody involved needs a quick deep breath here, the way that ending went. And we're gonna go into last pick, and it's gonna be Hidden One from Bashi to try to force a tiebreaker. And man, Hidden One, flow test after flow test. We saw the Nomad 2 go the way of Raikik a little bit ago, and now Bashi's saying, you know what, I don't care, that was tapping, this is flow aim, I am comfortable, and this is where I'm gonna try to force the TV.
This very key point of this map is accelerating and decelerating streams. What I mean by that is in the middle of the map when you are playing through, the spacing between the hit circles changes in relation to the intensity of the song. For those that are unfamiliar with the hidden modification, that is extremely difficult on this because you don't have the approach circles to let you know how that is playing through. And Bashiman, sort of being that hidden specialist overall, I think does have a bit of an advantage here. That being said, Raikik, known flow aim player. He's very comfortable at this sort of thing. So if the hidden is gonna, well, never mind, it is affecting him. I was gonna say he doesn't seem perturbed, but maybe he a little bit.
Yeah, I think the hidden flow aim might be just a step too far, unfortunately, for Raikik here on this pick. Just a little bit of discomfort you could tell in the way those breaks came through, just shy of the 1/3 mark. And Bashi suffering no such difficulty, still with the FC intact, 99 plus act. There is the break, but it's traded back, so no damage done to Bashi's lead, 110K. Going to be pretty comfortable heading into this middle section here. A lot of quick buzz sliders and a little bit of finger control as well. Both players making it through with ease. There is another break from Raikik, and maybe not a final nail in the coffin, but certainly working our way towards that. Another break from Bashi comes in, but it just trades back and forth, which really doesn't advantage anyone other than the player who's already in the lead, which here is Bashi. So Raikik, again, trying to make up ground in the last quarter of the map, but I think he's going to be too far behind, kind of whatever happens, barring a complete and utter collapse. Bashi looking in control on this pick as we try to force that tiebreaker. It'll be our second, actually, TV, it looks like here. There's the break from Raikik. I'm going to just put a pin in that one. I'm going to say that's good to go. It's going to be our second TV. We're going to have concurrent tiebreakers going on with the two matches right now. Bashi pulling out the clutch stuff here. We've known him to do that. How many times in OWC have we seen Bashi come in for that, like, free mud to final grand final, last pick of the match, clutches up to force TB? Guess what? He's going to do the same thing here in a 1v1 at Roundtable Open. We're going TB in the early stages here. Well done on that clutch. 2 points in a row for Bashi to force it.
The name of the game for Bashi, my goodness, he is unrelenting. The clutch minister of Osu coming through once again. And like you said, OWC, this is his specialty, right? What did he pull up 3 times last year in grand finals between bracket reset to do this? And he does it for himself too. He's like, you know what? I'm on the line now. Let's do this thing. And it is time we get into Eternity. This is a custom map and original song from the World Cup. So the song originally coming from Catch World Cup last year, and the map coming from the OS World Cup last year. So stacking up, it is just an unbelievable combo. This song, Yo, a known artist in the scene, featured artist for the game as well, and this track just brings absolutely everything. It's the suspense, it's the build-up, it's the drop. God, I wish we had the storyboard on too from the original set because it was amazing.
Well, can we make that happen somehow? That would be so sick.
Can we like port the catch storyboard over to like?
Right. Surely the game files, you have to be able to make that happen.
Surely. Let me give him a call.
Yeah. And this is such a good song, though. I mean, he never misses. I mean, one of my personal favorite original song tiebreakers OWC has ever seen was RPG from a few years ago in Grands. And this kind of has, like, there's aspects of his style present in all of that where it's almost pejoratively labeled Osu core, but I actually think that's a compliment because it suits tiebreakers so well. It offers tech, it offers streams, it offers aim. His style works so well with these original songs, and this one is absolutely no exception. So very, very excited to see this one. I'm sure we are going to be in for a treat here as these players get into this. As one player at the end of this map will emerge into the quarterfinals, the other will be deposited ignominiously into the losers bracket. But I think we're going to be in for a battle of a tiebreaker.
Just the chills you get from these like opening cuts and these vocals on a TV, man. Gosh, the only thing I wish is we had like big speakers. This was like on main stage. We do have the storyboard on. We do have it. Oh, okay. So like, I know we're playing tiebreaker right now, but World Cup design team, like 10 out of 10 kudos. If you have not had the chance to go look at every single tiebreaker released from every World Cup and every game mode within the past 2 years, do it if not for the art alone, because my goodness, it is amazing. And Boshi, man, starting off strong here, 600 combo, Rykick with a couple of breaks, and maybe by virtue of this being a little bit more towards the techie side of a TV, he does have a bit of an advantage, but he does break.
Yeah, they're fairly even here at this point. It looked like Boshi might be able to take an early advantage. He had about, 600 combo through that intro, but a couple of breaks later, and we're very, very similar. The accuracy advantage actually did go over to Rykick there momentarily before a couple hundreds on that little 1/3 pattern. And, the momentum did definitely go to Boshi over those last couple of picks, but it looks like that's just not going to matter here at all. As we come into tiebreaker, they're both reset and they're both good to go, and they're both building up some combo now after some misses. Next drop coming in, you gotta appreciate this song.
Oh my goodness, man. Like every single bit of this, and again, it's all perfect. It's all perfect. I love Yo. Yo is amazing.
Never misses. Never misses.
Oh my goodness,
100% hit rate, musical, just skill of
perfection.
Nearly anything else you can imagine.
Speaking of not missing, neither of the players missing through this Ki as well, which is very, very good for Rykick as Boshi, man, holds on to this lead, but just barely. It's 11,000 points. That is minuscule in the grand scheme of a tiebreaker. Keeping within that 10 to 20K point range, that is fully within reach, and we're not even halfway through this map right now. And we've got a bit of a drop section after this as well right here. Oh my gosh, this hard style section.
Yeah, I love the music change in this section. I love the mapping style change in this section. Let's see how the players handle it as both continue to hold on to these massive combos, nearing 900 for Boshi, just a little behind for Rykick, but does build out that accuracy lead just a little bit more. Boshi with a few more hundreds in there. And let us see it continue to just be dead even. 4,000 score and just flickering back and forth across the 4,000, 3,000 barrier, and that's it. That's all that separates these two from a day. That's a big break there from Rykick. Oh, you hate to see it. And now Boshi, man, free to fly, 1,200 combo, the score gap out over 10,000, and it's going to grow now. How long can he maintain this combo? What kind of lead can he build? Still an entire third of the map left to go, by the way. This one, 5.5 minutes, a little on, ever so slightly longer to average tiebreaker. So, are those shakes? Oh my goodness, Rykick shakes. Steel your nerves, lad. Steel your nerves. You got another third of the map to go. Deep breath, settle in, because you can still win this. It's only 20,000 score.
I'm sorry, but this build-up right here, this is the one. This is the culminating moment of this map. This final Ki, the flow aim comes through. This is where Rykick shines. Big build-up. He does find another break, but he needs Boshi to miss, and he does. There is an opportunity, but both players are trading. It's going to be about any misses into this ending section. Little cursor dancing from Rykick, maybe trying to find the aim reset as he misses the Excel on Boshi, man. And here we go, 25K into the ending. This is anyone's map.
Can still go either way, but any breaks that are traded are going to be in the favor of Bashi. But it is a bit of an advantage on combo for Raikik at the moment. It's so minuscule, though. It's 50-60 combo difference, and there's the break. 27K the score lead. Honestly, as big as it's ever been at any point in this map. It's been so closely contested. But you can see just that little bit extra experience, perhaps the slightly lighter nerves on Bashi compared to Raikik, doing wonders, just keeping his nose out in front through this last drop section, the long sliders, some tapping patterns. The rhythm change catches out Raikik, and the Space Stream, his downfall perhaps, as the 300 combo lead now for Bashi builds that score lead to about 40K. It's been a valiant run from Raikik, but I think it might be coming to a close here on this pick.
This is it. The clutch king, Bashi Man, down.
Time and time again.
He brings it. He brings it every single time he came to play. He came to win in this early stage. He says, I'm staying in the winner's bracket. I'm going to the next round in the upper half here, and finishes with a beautiful 600+ combo through the last set of sliders into the ending. Final flowing pattern does find the final slider break, but into the ending it is Bashi Man for the win. Raikik will be sent packing to the lower bracket to face off against Insert.
That's going to be a tough one in losers, but Raikik acquitting himself well despite the defeat here. 56K score difference against the player the caliber of Bashi on the tiebreaker. Yes, he was out in front 3-1, but you can't anticipate anything less from Bashi. We've said it time and time again throughout this match. The clutch king seems like just always shows up in these big moments, and this was no exception. He is going to go onward into quarterfinals for a date with Rikuel, who won on tiebreaker as well. That was against Vesprit, so we've got two of our quarterfinals set. Quarterfinal 1, Emmerich Zuniator. Quarterfinal 2, Bashi Rikuel. Man, we're getting some good matches set up quickly here.
That we are, and another good one coming up next. We've got Rectagon Fiery Rage not too far, I believe immediately following this, just a couple minutes later. And almost current champion of many North American tournaments, Rectagon, widely regarded as the best player in the country, has quite a bit of competition these days, though. Again, we've mentioned players like Decaton starting to come up through there and really kind of push his way into that top spot. And I think Rectagon's got a lot to prove, being a previous finalist in the Roundtable. He's come to the Invitational before, back now to the Open, going up against Fiery Rage, 7-time OWC champ. 8 times?
I think it's 7.
He's the winningest OWC player in history, by the way, going up against Rectagon.
And Rectagon, defending champion?
Yeah.
So, you know, playing for something pretty big here. So that's going to be the next match that comes up on stream as we make our way through this first round of play. That, I believe, is going to be at the same time as Orange Juice versus OO Max, which may be surprising names to some to see in this top 16, but guys that are from, the U.S. community that are starting to perform well. So going to be excited to see how those play out. But for now, it's going to be congratulations to Bashi on another comeback clutch win to add to his illustrious career. And we're going to be back in just a couple minutes. It's going to be Rectagon Fiery Rage here on the main stream at Level Up Expo. Roundtable rolling onward in just a couple minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with yet another match in the bracket stage here, back with the aforementioned Rectigon versus Fiery Rage matchup, a second seed versus 15th overall. The most recent OWC champion title on Rectigon coming in from a few years ago as well. Second place last year. Fiery Rage, winningest OWC player of all time, has a lot to prove in this matchup to see if Old Man still got what it takes. I am Chillier, once again joined here by a very special guest this year, Dolan, finally on LAN.
We did it, chat. We did it. It should be a great match. I'm looking forward to this. Rectigon, defending champion of the Roundtable, winner last year in 2025 against Fiery Rage. Like you said, one of the longtime veterans in the tournament scene as well as the OWC scene. And we're going to see how they tackle this map pool. Coming off of a fantastic block of 2 tiebreaker matches, Recall over Vesperit on the B stream. And as you just saw, the legendary comeback by Boshiman over Rykik. No, yeah, that's how it was.
Yeah, legendary. It was legendary.
It was legendary.
Felt like it. That's
and
what I got.
Is actually already 1-0 in the favor of Rectigon. We are going to be joining a little bit late here.
Yeah, we're running back to back very quickly here today. 40-minute block, so best of 7 running through fast. You know, first to 4 in this one, and we are immediately in here to at least what should be the next map overall, Nomad 4 at least. I assume that first one was over. I think we'll have a chance at some point here at the start to get the picks and bans out on the screen for everyone, just to give a quick idea. But Rectigon taking the first point overall, understandable again, second seed, strong player. I imagine this being Fiery Rage's pick on a Nomad 4, at least to me. That makes the most sense. I think that's sort of what he's going to pull through.
Would be interesting if it wasn't, but you know, Fiery Rage said he kind of struggled with a few maps in the qualifiers, but was just looking to kind of limp in and really lock in on the next map pool. So I imagine he's going to be a bit more competitive on this map pool, as we have some lag issues on the side of Rectigon, but we're sorting things out here. Looks like it is Rectigon trailing here by about 100K.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of slowdowns here on the Spectator, that is a break for Rectigon. Fiery Rage still holding strong, has the accuracy lead as well as the combo, does make it through one of the harder flow-in patterns in the map, so he's got a sizable advantage now going into this next section. We will see if he's able to maintain that. Rectigon does have the opportunity to build up some combo into the ending here, 224 past the pause, but that is a major gap for Fiery Rage here should we see another break from Rectigon getting through into the ending here. And rare full combo on this one, pretty difficult map. There's some snaps back and forth at the ending here, so he's got some difficult patterning to maybe give a saving grace on Rectigon building up a combo here. Ooh. Does find a miss on it though.
And we're going to have to really pay attention here, because it does seem that Fiery Rage's client is about 10 to 15 seconds ahead of Rectigon, if not more. So that score gap might not actually be 110,000. We're going to have to wait and see how this shapes up. But that break is going to change things. If Rectigon can hold here, he might be able to run this one back, as he's got about a quarter of the map left to go. And Fiery Rage is closing in on the ending sections of the map, finding another miss here, as Rectigon now over 500 combo with some time remaining, Chillier.
Oh, this is going to be a close one, 580 to 630. Even if Rectigon's behind, that final score is what's going to come through here. And there is just barely a gap for Fiery Rage right now, but that's that second half combo that we mentioned for Rectigon right now, 700 and climbing. And if he doesn't find a miss at one of these ending streams, I think it might just go back over. He's already beating Fiery Rage's score before the ending here, and I think Rectigon might just advance to this 2-1 on this 800 combo at the ending. He looked shaky at the start, but it does seem to be so. 754K for Fiery Rage and just over 800 for Rectigon, holding on for dear life at the ending there.
Yeah, job well done from our reigning defending Roundtable Open champion, Rectigon, closing it out in style here with 836,000. Despite the desync, it doesn't matter where you go, Chillier Pair. You can't outrun Bancho. You can't outrun tech issues. This is Osu. We should have known better than that.
We like to think, you know, land setting, it's tough, and that's sort of the way that we power through. The players are having a good time, though. Everything's going off without a hitch in terms of getting things done. So it's a successful week overall thus far, and some exciting matches to boot. Again, double tiebreaker before this. The only thing I wish is that we were able to show both of them on the main A stream here. Given the quantity of matches here that we have, it is always going to be a difficult one. We hope to get that B stream up running as soon as we possibly can, just to get all of these matches up for you all. But this one right here looking to be dominated by Rectigon right now, taking what I imagine was a break point on that second one there. Looking at that Nomad 4, that was a second player pick, so I believe that was Fiery Rage through. The bans we do get a chance to take a look at right now. Of course, Fiery Rage banning out Blue Zenith, Rectagon banning out LM1, and it actually does look like that was Fiery Rage's pick. Thank goodness we are not misclaiming these right now, and a hidden pick coming out next.
And boy, I think you noted it quite well in the previous match. This is a challenging map for the hidden modification, just because of the nature of the mapping style combined with the nature of the mod. It makes it an appropriate map to be in the hidden pool to challenge these players, as we see some early struggles here for Fiery Rage.
Yeah, this one is flow aim oriented pick. Fiery Rage no stranger to this skill set, though, despite maybe being regarded as more that aim mechanics player. This flow aim is deceptively difficult when you do apply the hidden mod because of those changes in spacing. You have to really focus in on your cursor control. And luckily, on laser with no note lock, that's a little bit more forgiving, but the breaks are still going to be coming through for Fiery Rage, unfortunately. Just not able to find a comfortable spot on any of these streams, and Rectagon sort of being that stream flow aim specialist, really taking that advantage on this pick here. And after a break point, he's got the momentum on his side. He's looking for that 3-0. He wants to put this match away quickly, get through. These are going to be some long days for these players with back-to-back-to-back matches.
And I mean, Rectagon is definitely going to get that 3-0. I mean, if Fire Rage has no comfort, Rectagon has all of the comfort. Look at that accuracy, 99.4. Does find a couple 100s there. Actually, that was a break from Rectagon. So, sorry about that, Rectagon. That's on me, Caster Curse. But thankfully, that margin is well over 350,000 points. Chillier, I think he's going to be taking this one as we get into the final quarter of the map.
Nope, that's going to be the one there. I do dare say it is just far too lost in this map right now. Fiery Rage with a valiant effort, but again, just far too many chain misses. He's fallen off the streams. He's got 84% accuracy, 400,000 points at this juncture in a map that is almost an entire map's worth of score, unfortunately, being behind, and you can't win them all. And going up against Rectagon, again, a player who just specializes in everything that has to do with flow aim. This is going to be his bread and butter. Even so, on hidden, and a confident, almost 800,000 score from Rectagon. That is unbelievable from him there as Fiery Rage tries to navigate this match, get a point on the board. He does have his own pick to try and sneak something in through here at the ending, and I imagine that would be a big turn up to get at least one on the board here before being sent down to the lower bracket at the current score line. We are still free and open for tiebreaker here, so Fiery Rage, show us what you can do. I'd be looking forward to it.
He's going to have to whip out the ultimate here if he wants to run this back and stay in the winner bracket. Of course, I think he kind of just gave up after the first few chain misses because he knew. Yeah. It's Rectagon. That's the thing. These players know each other very well. And that's something that you also have to take into account here at the Roundtable Open, is that a lot of these players who are in this tournament, they know exactly who they're going up against. These are not unfamiliar names. No random is just walking through the door and qualifying for this tournament. As we saw, I think they said we had 78 players attempt to qualify for the Roundtable Open. That is massive. So, you know, everybody kind of knows everybody, and a lot of big names didn't even make the tournament.
Oh, it's true, and honestly, I actually think the number ended up being a little higher. I think we anticipated somewhere around 80. I think played through qualifiers ended up being somewhere closer to 105 overall. So an unbelievable turnout this year. We mentioned it a little bit yesterday during the Battle Royales, but day one Friday here, Saturday being the busy day today, we had all 80 of our available PCs full within the first 20 minutes of opening. So an unbelievable turnout this year, and the caliber of the player pool that we have available to us for this tournament is absolutely stellar. I mean, it rivals the Invitational.
Oh, and look at this pick here from Fiery Rage. Laser Mod 2, the Kirby Mix Deluxe. I mean, this is a pretty good pick for a Hail Mary. You saw Rectagon went for the LM1 ban, and Laser Mod has been probably consistently the most banned mod bracket of the tournament so far. Everyone seems to be either banning LM1 or LM2. Looks like we're having some issues with the map right now. We have a wonderful production crew here.
Yeah.
They just handle everything on the fly. Shout out to the Poon and James, man. They are making this possible, making this tournament run. They're here late. They're here early. They're, first one's in, last one's out. And they're handling everything, so we could not do this without them. And we also could not do this without our sponsors, the Level Up Expo itself, AMD, and all of our wonderful partners here for not only giving us this wonderful venue, but the prize pool as well.
Yep, an amazing event. All our staff, all our volunteers that come out this year for the event, making sure everything runs smoothly. All our staff, production staff, and everyone else to help out. Of course, our players as well. We wouldn't be here without any of them. They're the reason that we are showing up and doing what we do. Switched on Lotus, going to be the one that we're having a little bit of troubles with right now, but for those of you that don't know the map, it's old-styled. It is Kirby mix, so it is mapped towards the editor grid, which means that everything is quantized shapes, squares, rectangles, triangles, everything basic in between linear patterns. The key is that this is laser mod, so we're running some of our specialized slots here. So this map, including hidden and wind up. For those of you that don't know what wind up is, it is a rate increase over the course of the map. So we're going to start at no mod speed. We increase to 1.5 times, which is double time. I know, funny enough, by the way, for those of you that don't know, double time is not 2 times speed. It is 1.5x. So rate change on laser, a big improvement. It's something people have been asking for a really long time. We're really excited that it's finally in. It has given us a lot of variability in these map pools. We've got a couple of double time slots in the later pools this weekend that actually utilize rate change instead of double time. So we are going above 1.5 or below in some cases because of the difficulty of the maps in some slots. So we're getting the players queued into the maps right now, really just getting them set up, making sure everything works properly for you all, see if we can make the spectators experience what we need it to be. We've got another match starting soon right now, Orange Juice versus OO Max going to be going up, I believe about right now. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to get that up on this stream or if we're going to have the Xylus-Jaron match coming up next, but we will have another block of those 2, and then we'll have one more match after that. So 4 matches left to go in this first round already.
We're getting through them, and we've got some great ones coming up. I mean, this Orange Juice Max match, I mean, that's Seed 7 versus Seed 10.
Yeah.
That's about as close as you can get. You know, hopefully, in theory, that should be a tiebreaker. I mean, we've only had 2 of them, and they've actually come from the 4 and 13 and the 5 and 12 seeds. So, but hey, if you watch March Madness, there's always something about the 5 and 12.
Oh,
it's always a 5 and 12. You can always bet on the 12 to do something crazy. And then at the bottom of the bracket, RNG Decatur. That is a great match. I am looking forward to.
That's like a semifinals, finals matchup. Like,
how is this round of 16?
What is happening right now?
That is how deep the field is at the Roundtable Open, and it's just becoming one of those marquee events throughout the calendar for all OS players, not just COE. I mean, this is everything we've been talking about. This is everything we wanted to see out of the game in 2018. And now we have it right before us. Again, thanks to Level Up Expo and AMD and all of our wonderful partners. And it looks like it is Fire Rage who is having some issues loading the map. But what can you do? It's tech issues. It's Osu. They go hand in hand.
We got to make sure Fiery Ridge is in for this one. This is his pick. He really needs this. 3-0 down right now. This is the turning point, and to have him have a couple issues on this is a little bit unfortunate, but if we can get him set up and ready to go, then that's sort of the key. Working on it right now. We're just trying to make sure everyone's sort of ready to go on this end of things. But even going through the rest of what we've seen this weekend on the pool, hopefully, thank goodness, we're in. Fiery Rage has made it. He's discovered the map, and we are ready to go. So starting off, hidden and wind up. Speed increase over the course of the map. Switched on Lotus. This is just an absolute classic. I believe also another 5-digit map ID. Yes. Wow. So this is another 2010, 2011 map coming out right here. So a good 15 years ago. My goodness.
Yep, and a good start here for Fiery Rage. An early miss here from Rectagon, but Rectagon was able to rival the accuracy until that drop. And, an older map might favor a player like Fire Rage who's been around a long time. I mean, when you see a Kirby mix map, the odds are it's not new.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
It's that older style mapping, complex. A lot of players tend to struggle with it, but some players, they love it. It's their skill set. And Fire Rage is going to find a miss to level the score out. The score is roughly even 138 points of difference at the end of the first break. And Fiery is telling us he might be mind blocks.
No
good old
way. It's all right. It's all right. The mind block will be removed by the wind up as the map randomly increases throughout. I mean, that's sort of something that not a lot of players are used to. You either play the map with double time or you don't in the current status of things. And to have this constant increase does change the map up a little bit. And despite some breaks from Fiery Rage, this is still quite close. He is going to need a break from Rectagon in order to get back into this one.
And there it is. There it is.
So
I was going to say, these accuracies are basically level. So now, chance for Fire Rage. He has combo advantage. Score gap, 18,000 and shrinking here. This is looking like it's going to be the closest map of the match so far, and Fire Rage needs it. Finds a miss. on that stream spiral pattern, and Rectagon trades. But unfortunately, it looks like Fiery lost quite a bit of accuracy there, and that score margin jumped up to 31K.
Yeah, it was the big misses on that wide angle, that flow aim pattern, and as we hit the halfway point in the match, it really is going to be that 2.5% accuracy difference that's carrying Rectagon through, and most of that is on misses. So Fiery Rage is going to need to pull up some serious combo here at the ending and hope for a break from Rectagon in order to get back into this, and I do just think it is the patterning with the hidden, it's the land setting, it's the pressure of everything around you, and, you know, the mind block may be part of it. This is an old map, it's been played many a time. As the map increases into the ending here, going to get a little bit dicey with these tight patterns.
And the lineup is now lining up, as we like to say. It's getting up there now as we get into the back section of the map. Final quarter, and both players have combo. Fiery has more, but he needs a miss from Rectagon, but it's a very high-stakes situation if Rectagon does find that break, and he does! Fiery Rage now with a chance to storm back in and take his first point of the match and avoid the loss. Oh, chain of 100s, but if he can combo game his way home, he might be able to do this. 20K, the margin shrinking, back down to 15 pair. Here comes Fiery Rage.
Rectagon missed again. He's dropped the combo, but Fiery Rage drops. No, it might just be too little too late. It's the accuracy right here. It's the 97 to the 95. And that might just be it. Fiery Rage hitting through some of those twisted patterns here, but it's not going to send enough score back his way. And Rectagon looking for the clean 4-0 victory in the first round here. Our second seed really strutting his stuff. Number 1 and 2 seed, by the way, Emrek and Rectagon both showing us the 4-0 for their first match, and both against stellar opponents too. That was against Window Life and Fiery Rage respectively.
Exactly.
So that is serious performance from both of our top seeds.
Man, your heart just goes out to Fiery Rage there. I mean, and both in number 1 and number 2 seeds matches, they get a narrow point that could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You know, Window Life had an opportunity, I believe it was Hidden 2 against Emrek, where he almost took that break point. But that is going to be how the cookie crumbles. Rectagon looking good. 4-0 over Fiery Rage. Fiery Rage going down to the lower bracket, not eliminated. We'll see who Fiery plays in the lower bracket here shortly. I believe actually we have access to that right now.
Yeah, it looks like Fiery Rage facing off against one Tabby.
Oh.
That is a tough match. Again, we're just stacking up the difficult matches in the lower bracket here. My goodness, Window Life, Remore, Caleb, Shucks, Zivzari, Rykik, Insert.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, we just have a whole stellar lineup, and there are still 3 matches to come, so back to back to back to back to back, everything else this morning right now. We are moving through these matches, so we are going to sign off pretty quickly here. We're going to get swapped over to the next match. We've got another one coming at us right now. It's Orange Juice versus OO Max. It'll be our 7th versus 10 seed, so we're going to take a really quick break, and we will see you on the other side for the next match.
Stay tuned, y'all.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. watched it fall away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2026 Roundtable Open. We're still in the round of 16, working through our last block of winners bracket matches. I am Dolan, joined by the great and powerful Dio for this next one, and we've got a great match, Dio.
Yes, we do. Great and powerful is a hell of an introduction.
Yes,
Thank
the
you.
great and
Thank
powerful
you.
Dio.
The Dolan. I'm here with
Hey.
the Dolan and the great and powerful Dio.
We got to hype each other up, all right?
Exactly.
Because this is a hype match. I mean,
Yes, it
RNG, Decaton, our 6-11 seed. First of all, how are these players 6 and 11 seed? It doesn't even seem logical to me, but we have it nonetheless here. In the round of 16, one of these two players is going to the lower bracket in quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'll tell you how they're seed 6 and 11 because, RNG got 855,000 average score and Decaton got 813,000 average score on the qualifiers pool. That number gets you seed 6 and 11 off of that qualifiers pool. So both, I think the caliber of player this year compared to last year has gone up quite a bit for this event, and those two players in particular are just very, very solid tournament players, especially in North America. So no surprise to see them qualify in, which is really kind of the bar for being one of the better tournament players in North America, right?
Right. As we see the bracket here on screen, updating it real quick with some results. Orange Juice and Max also underway currently right now, but that is not what we're going to have on stream. It's going to be RNG Decaton. So you can see how the round table is progressing. We already have a couple of winners bracket quarterfinal matches decided. MREX Zudinator, that's going to be a good one later.
Yep.
But we're going to get down to business here with RNG and Decaton as we get into our picks and bans.
Yeah, and already the Hard Rock 2 ban coming out for RNG, the Laser Mod 2 ban coming out for Decaton, and not really a surprise. If your opponent bans out one laser mod, you probably pick the other, and it's going to be the laser mod 1 first pick for RNG. Axion by Sakuzio, 1112's Game World difficulty. This is a combination depth and barrel roll map, which means that everything is 3D coming at you, and also everything rotates. The entire screen rotates, which makes the kind of cut stream tech flow finger control patterns in this map a lot more difficult to parse and process and read, and also to aim correctly in some spaces, especially the cut streams in this can be really tricky to deal with this mod combination. And for those who are a little bit unfamiliar with laser mod pool formats, this is borrowed a lot from lots of other community laser tournaments like Laser Community Showdown or a couple other smaller laser community tournaments, as well as Laser Grand Arena. It's a pool of maps with laser-specific mods applied to them, often the fun mods like barrel roll and depth that we see here.
And we are underway here in our first map of this match. Onto the laser mod. And you can see why it's a challenge. You can see why so many players have been banning one of the two laser mod maps this weekend. We saw laser mod 2 in the previous match with Fiery Rage and Rectagon. And now you get a taste of the other one for those just tuning in. Decaton looking locked in, as well as RNG. These accuracies are really good, but there is a break from Decaton as I say that.
Yeah, it's a big chain miss. It looked like just an under-aim on one of those longer, higher spacing flow streams, and once again, on some of those higher spacing triples for Decaton there. And again, it's all about how the laser mods mess with your perception of where the notes are supposed to be on your screen and where you are supposed to aim your cursor with this mod combination.
Indeed, RNG looking good. Accuracy dropped a little bit, but the combo game is looking solid. Still on that FC, and it's a 100,000 point gap now. Decaton is running out of time. He's going to need to see a meltdown essentially from RNG to have a shot here in the last quarter. RNG looking cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, and unfortunately RNG did break the full combo about the same time as the last break from Decaton came through, but 99 accuracy to 98, 100,000 plus score lead, and a massive act drop on that last space cut slider stream for Decaton. And that is going to be a win by nearly, maybe over 200,000 by the end of the map for RNG. Very, very good first pick. And again, if your opponent bans out one of those laser mod picks, you had better pick the other one because they are, at least in this pool, definitely both practice maps.
Yeah, they're definitely polarizing maps to say the least this weekend. Players, they either love them or they hate them.
Yeah.
There is no in between. That's why you've seen a laser mod banned exclusively every single match so far. A solid score, though, for RNG, 831,000, a near 200,000 point victory. Very confident on it. And now Decaton will have his chance to reply. Now, the ban for RNG was Hard Rock 2. Maybe a Hard Rock 1 boss rush pick here for Decaton?
It definitely could be. I mean, Decaton is one of those players who is just incredibly strong on the Hard Rock overall, but it is instead going to be the Nomad 2, Blue Zenith, KTG Stars Extreme difficulty, and this is a read on RNG's weaknesses rather than on Decaton's strengths. RNG, very much an aim player and very well known to be an aim player, not a speed player, not a stamina player. And this Nomad 2 is, well, I mean, it's Blue Zenith. It's not the top diff, but it's still Blue Zenith. It's the second top diff on the set. It's a pure 200 BPM Space Stream stamina map. There's a little bit more finger control on KTG Star's difficulty, but it's definitely going to target the stamina for RNG here, and for Decaton, hopefully bring out one of those weaknesses for his opposing player.
A timeless classic if you're an Osu player. Blue Zenith. This is very much slot pooled. Nomad 2. Streams. You can't say that about every single map, though, this weekend.
No. No, something like the Hard Rock one, a little bit more tech aim focused. The Hidden one especially, very, very flow aim focused. There are some differences in the pool compared to a normal slot pool, but for an event like the Roundtable, where you are somewhat catering to the audience, somewhat catering to well-known maps for the players, stuff like this, the occasional slot pool Blue Zenith Nomad 2 is, I think, pretty well appreciated by players who don't spend the time to practice the laser mods, right? A familiar map that they can just come in and full combo with confidence.
And now, we say it was a read on the weaknesses of RNG, but so far a wonderful start here for RNG on the Nomad 2 stream pick, 99.7 compared to Decaton's 98.9. But one miss can spell disaster on a map like this.
Yeah, and this is a map that definitely gets harder as it goes as well. This is going to start relatively easy and continue to get more and more difficult on the stamina as the map progresses. So that may be a little bit of it, but I mean, RNG, despite being an aim player, despite not really liking the stamina and tapping picks, he's not going to be speed gated on 200 BPM, but you can start to see the stamina struggles a little bit for him here, kind of over tapping on some of those streams. And now the accuracy pretty much evened out for both of these players. And as we get further and further into this map, I expect the score lead to start to move Decaton's way. We'll see if this map is hard enough to actually take advantage of that tapping weakness from RNG.
Score margin right around 2,000 points of difference as we are halfway through this Nomad 2. 2 minutes remaining here. Can Decaton claw this one back? And at this point, with combos like this, a single miss for either player will spell disaster here, as not only will you be score capped, your chances of winning the map go down pretty much to nothing here if the opponent can manage to combo a little bit further. And now these accuracies, as you noted, Dio, they are leveling out. 99 flats, essentially.
And into this next KI time we go, 2/3 of the way into the map. The next hardest part for both of these players, just holding on to the stamina through these longer streams. Neither of them dropping a couple of hundreds here and there for both of them, but Dolan, it seems like both of them relatively comfortable through that next section, and it's the double FC. It's the
big 100
matching
stream
accuracy, but there's the, it looked like an over-aim actually for RNG on that last stream, resulting in a ton of early 100s for him there, and that act drop giving Decaton a slight score lead now.
And this is the largest lead we've seen of the map so far. It's 10,000 points in favor of Decaton. That chain of 100s doing so much damage. But again, we have to stress that you must FC a single miss, and that will all come to a close. It's still only 17,000 points as another stream of hundreds for RNG. Manages to keep the combo intact, but Decaton now looks so composed, looks so relaxed. And it will come down to accuracy, it looks like, Dio.
So far it is. I mean, you look at the UR bar and you can tell the comfort for both of these players, but we still have one last KI time, one last super space section with a lot of these longer streams, any slight miss aim, and you are finding that miss that will tank your score going into the ending. Both players still holding on to the full combo. Another little accuracy drop for RNG, and at this point, he just needs Decaton to miss in order to win this. Massive accuracy drop for Decaton, but he holds on to the combo just barely. Wow. And that is still the accuracy lead for Decaton at the end of it. The miss to come through for RNG at the end, and Decaton just barely clutching it out by holding on to the combo where RNG could not.
My heart, Dio. My heart, Dio. Oh, my goodness. It comes down to accuracy in the end. Although RNG, it says, has a singular miss on that map. I'm not sure where. It must have been at the very start or the very end.
Right at the very end.
Right at
that
the very
last
end.
PI time. Single miss.
Oh, my Lord. Cinema. Absolute cinema here at the round table. This is what we expected after seeing the
Yeah.
qualifier results on Friday, Dio. I mean, a field as stacked as this. This is our 6 and 11 seed putting on an absolute show here, and Decaton able to reply after getting that laser mod pick against him. Now it's 1-1, back over to RNG. We'll see where he chooses to go.
And I'm looking at, it's going to be the hidden 2 for RNG. And this is, I think, just a read on Decaton saying, you banned the laser mod, you didn't practice, you're not going to have the practice on this low AR reading pick either.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not too low AR, but it's definitely still lower AR for sure. But Shotgun Senorita, that's always a name that, stands out quite like Blue Zenith. A lot of the maps in this pool stand out.
It's an older one for sure, but this is not the original Shotgun Senorita. This is an AR8 hidden reading challenge. Every single note is new comboed on this, so you get none of the usual reading cues that you would get from follow points, from general new combos, from how the map is structured in that way. And you have a ton of overlapping patterns to deal with in this as well that make it a really, really tough low AR reading challenge for this AR8 hidden pick. Despite it being not even 5 stars. This is 4.95 stars.
4.94737, almost funny
So
number.
close.
So close. But both players looking good here in the intro. Maybe they both did practice this. Who knows?
I do think this is a lot easier to sight read if you are just playing each map once through before the match, for example. This is a lot easier to play once and understand because it's not a brand new gameplay mechanic and mod like some of these laser mods are, right? So even though you generally want to practice these low AR reading picks, it's not all that bad for Decaton, who did actually find an early miss about 150 combo into the map. It's the double S for RNG. It's the 1 miss, 99 accuracy for Decaton.
Yeah, RNG looking smooth, capitalizing fully on that miss from Decaton. But we're not. Oh, that's a consequential miss. He's going to get score capped. Middle of the map nearly, Dio. That is not where you want to have the miss. And look at that score bar. It's flipping rapidly down from 30K. It's down to 10K now. Here comes Decaton into the final quarter of the map. Has to hold, though. Has to maintain some accuracy, but a chance as he takes the lead into the last quarter.
Yeah, and it's just a really horrific misread for RNG there in the middle of the map. Again, the lack of new combos in this map, or rather the overabundance of new combos, every single note being NC'd here, means that you just don't get any of your usual reading cues from follow points or from the numbers on the circles themselves, and RNG fumbles halfway through the map. It's not quite a score cap as it is in Stable, but it is enough damage, enough misses, enough accuracy drop that Decaton is able to take the break point 2-1 for Decaton. And I feel like this is a good point to talk about. Why wasn't RNG's score capped at 600K? He missed in the middle of the map, right? Laser scoring and Score V2 are very different things for Stable. Laser scoring operates a lot more like Tycho or Mania scoring, where you get kind of a combo bonus cap, about 200 combo in. And so for players on this tournament, what becomes much more important in the rhythm game is accuracy, right? If your combo bonus is capped at 200, no longer are you really combo gaming with 90 accuracy. You're probably just going to lose because even if your opponent finds a miss, well, you're not losing out on that much of the combo bonus anymore, which I think brings it in a lot more in line with many, many other game modes here in OS as we get Decaton's next pick. You called this one, Dolan, Hard Rock 1.
Yep, and now with the breakpoint advantage going for the Hard Rock 1 since RNG banned Hard Rock 2, figured that this is a good time to bring that out. I mean, we're getting some banger tracks in this pool as well, might I add, Dio. We've got a lot of great songs as well. Into Boss Rush. And now we'll see if Decaton can consolidate the breakpoint advantage into a 3-1 lead and go to match point.
Let's see, or can RNG bring this back on a Hard Rock mechanics tech pick here in Boss Rush by Usao. You'll see this is basically all slider jumps and slider aim in this map, a couple of space bursts as well throughout the pick, but the vast majority of this map focused on the aim. Both of these players are going to be incredibly comfortable on a map like this. Decaton as a Hard Rock main, RNG as a general aim player, but does find that slight miss aim at the bottom of the screen, drops accuracy on the stream afterwards, and now halfway in, this is looking like a shoe-in for Decaton. We're going to need to see major drops from him and major recovery for RNG if he wants to turn it around.
Indeed, yeah, it's a very short beat map, as you can see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Only 2 minutes and 3 seconds in length. And Decaton now looking to cruise into a 3-1 advantage. We'll see if he can go for the full combo. Into this Ki section here, approaching the final quarter. Decaton looking very solid. A nice recovery here from RNG, but it matters not when your opponent is FCing with 99.5% accuracy.
Yeah, and unfortunately for RNG, there's just nothing you can do against the ridiculous accuracy FC from Decaton here. And this is why you pick your specialties. On LAN, something you're incredibly comfortable with can often be more important than at home, even on these lower star ratings. Comfort on a LAN setup is very, very important in O Standard as an aim game. You're much more affected on aim at a LAN setup than you are on your tapping for most players, and so I think the comfort there going very, very well for Decaton on the Hard Rock one. And it looks like we already have our next pick in. It should be the Nomad one for RNG.
Good news for RNG. It seems like he knew exactly where he wanted to take this match with his next pick. Good to have a bit of confidence, but a nice 7-digit score put up by Decaton on that Hard Rock one. Really, would you expect anything less out of Decaton? Now the question for RNG becomes, can he pull a Boshi Man comeback here? He's down 3-1, needs 3 consecutive points in a row to remain in the winner's bracket of the 2026 Roundtable Open. Is going to go for the Nomad 1.
Let's see if the Nomad 1 is the start to something good for RNG. This is a map that both players should be very, very familiar with. This is another old classic, Ayo Chikaishi. This is a very, very old aim map by Handsome, now known as Hihi, or Hihi Marcus. Very, very well-established mapper from back in the day, and this map, a really, really well-known awkward aim map of his. Lots and lots of wide-angle pattern aim, a couple of 210 BPM bursts here and there, and honestly, quite dense. 6.8 stars, 210 BPM, AR 9.3 is a little bit dense for a lot of players these days. I think back when this was released, it was, I think, a lot more reasonable, but approach rate comfort has generally gone a lot up for most players these days.
No, back in the day, for sure, this is absolutely dense. But not only is it a bit dense, you got to look at the length, too. We're talking about over 4 minutes of 210 BPM AR 9.3. And back in the day, this was kind of crazy. But as you said, the threshold now for that AR tolerance has gone up over the years as players have improved. Now the question is the consistency on this level of density.
Well, coming into this first Ki time, both players still holding impeccable accuracy and the full combo. Double S for RNG, 99.6 for Decaton, both looking very, very strong on this map at the moment. Coming into the last couple of difficult jumps in this first Ki time, and both players hit it. Neither one dropping combo during that first hard part of this map, and we're back to consistency, Dolan.
Indeed we are, and both players showcasing their comfort on this Nomad 1. Oh, and there is a drop for Decaton. That could be absolutely consequential here. It is the first major miss of this map, and now the score margin will balloon to over 30,000 in favor of RNG. That is exactly what you wanted to see if you're cheering for RNG in this matchup.
Yeah, or if you're just cheering for a close match and another miss to come through for Decaton, just a slight miss aim there. It is not too long after the first, so it won't deal quite as much damage as another miss later on would, but it just extends that period of time where RNG is at the combo cap, earning maximum score, and Decaton is just trying to recover. Now going into the second Ki time, and Decaton's recovery needs to trail into this next hard part of the map.
Yep, and now Decaton approaching that 200 combo cap as we speak. He has hit it now, so the bleeding will be minimized a little bit, but it's still over 90,000 points in favor of RNG. Make it 100K. And unless that miss comes out sooner rather than later, it looks like RNG is going to be wrapping this point up quite nicely and forcing Decaton to his last pick of regulation.
And even though this looks really good for RNG, you have to remember another couple of misses for RNG here in the last quarter could still be enough to swing it back Decaton's way. And even if RNG wins this, he's still got to win Decaton's next pick, as you said, and win the tiebreaker after that in order to win this match. So this is still very much in Decaton's favor as a matchup. But this map looking very, very good for RNG. Well, Decaton trying to raid out Eris there in smoke and finds the miss in order to do so.
Ouch. That's all you can say to that. And for RNG, it's merely the first step taken in a long climb, but it is a step in the right direction for RNG. We'll make the scoreline 3-2. Will force Decaton to his final pick of the match, and we'll see where Decaton elects to take things from here. And the question remains is, how good is this score going to be out of RNG? Looking to establish some confidence in this matchup, Dio.
Yeah, he definitely is, and that is a very, very solid last pick for RNG. 99.75 accuracy on the full combo for RNG. Again, aim player, aim map, good score for RNG. 5 100s for RNG on that map. A very, very solid play. And now Decaton, one last chance to keep from going to tiebreaker. One last pick to avoid the by far hardest map in this pool. This tiebreaker has seen kind of average 500,000 scores from the players who have gone in on it so far, including players like Boshiman, who got about 640K, no fail not included. So by far the hardest map in this pool, including the laser mods for the tiebreaker. And instead, we are going to get DT1 for Decaton. I am a little surprised to see this. I would have maybe thought we'd see something like the Hidden 1 or the Nomad 4, but instead it is going to be DT Aim for Decaton here as the last pick to avoid tiebreaker.
Yeah, interesting that you go DT Aim against an aim player, but you know, the speed at which Decaton threw this out would indicate a certain comfort level to it. I mean, we saw RNG instantly throw out the Nomad 1 before the graphic could even show us the Hard Rock 1 scores. And we are already jumping right into it as both players have seemingly readied up super quick. Looks like some early misses, some early struggles here.
Yeah.
But things leveling out, and it's a slight lead for RNG in the intro.
And this is still a somewhat bursty aim pick as well. You'll see that. There's a lot of triples, a lot of quints in this map. It's not a really high tapping requirement, but it is there, and it will impact some players on this map. Decaton may be hoping RNG is one of them, and knowing that his own comfort on this map is high going in for a pick like this DT1. Slight score lead for Decaton off the back of about a 15 combo lead from the intro of the map, and matching accuracy going into the first Ki.
We'll see how Decaton manages here. Both players looking fairly comfortable. They seem to have locked in after that burst in the intro. A single 100 there for RNG, but otherwise looking good, as well as Decaton. This match has been close. When these players have had close maps, Dio, it has been very close. And we've seen one map in this match already determined solely off of accuracy. Will it happen again? Only 15K, the difference.
Yeah, it is, again, growing accuracy lead for Decaton. Just general comfort on that double time mod a little bit higher here. General comfort with the burst a little bit higher. But that slight comfort advantage means nothing in the face of a miss halfway through. If Decaton does find a miss here, RNG can absolutely pull this back. And so you have to stay on point. You have to hold that full combo in order to guarantee victory on this map if you are Decaton. And that, I think you have to hold it with slightly better or matching accuracy. You know, 10-15 combo from the start of the map is not going to be enough to claw back a 0.5% accuracy difference in favor of RNG. So if it does come down to it, this can still be an act battle. And to that point, 15K, the score lead for Decaton, despite an over 0.5% accuracy lead plus the slight combo lead from the start. So this is very, very close going into the last third of this pick.
This match has absolutely delivered as advertised on paper so far, Dio, and continues to deliver here. We're on, well, I'd say the edge of our seats, but we're standing.
I love standing casting, Dolan.
Just shuffling around here, figuring things
Absolutely.
out. Final quarter of the map, though. Will RNG be able to take this match the distance, or will Decatur, the lower seed, be able to close out an upset right here in regulation 4-2? We are about to find out as we go through this slow build-up section here.
All right, last quarter of this map, and here we go into the ending. Can Decatur hold the lead through the last difficult part of this map, or can RNG bring it back? And I think at this point, with this kind of an accuracy difference, 98.9 for Decatur versus the 98.2 for RNG, I think you're just praying for a miss to come through here at the end. Decatur likely to have secured victory with this pick, so long as he does not fumble at the very end of this. Can he hold on to the FC?
And it's looking really good. But again, like you said, he's got to hold to the very end because this score margin's only 30K. Could be comebackable here. But we're getting into the last sections here, Dio, and it does not look like the prayers of RNG are going to be answered. It looks like Decatur is going to be advancing in the winner's bracket through to the quarterfinals. Takes it 4-2. The break point off Hidden 2 turned out to be the difference maker here against RNG. And what a match played by both players. Kept it close to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stellar scores for both of them here at the end. You just see not even a 1% accuracy difference in favor of Decatur. One miss right at the start for RNG, and that's all it takes. Even if RNG had not found that miss right at the start, Decatur still would have found the win with that accuracy difference. Both players doing phenomenally on this pool, but Decatur just ever so slightly ahead in terms of consistency throughout the match.
Indeed, and to update you on some of the other matches, Orange Juice getting the win over Max 4-2 as well. Xylus and Jaren, the last match of the round of 16 ongoing. It's a 3-0 advantage for the third seed Xylus. And we are now filling the bracket out one stage at a time here, one step forward at the round table. And some of these matches already for the next round are looking absolutely immaculate on paper. We've got Emrek Zudinator, Bashi Man, Ricoel, Rectagon, Orange Juice, and Decatur will get the winner of Xylus and Jaren. And barring a epic comeback from Jaren, it's looking like it's going to be Xylus. But hey, we've seen comebacks. We saw what Bashi Man did, and all these players here are absolutely incredibly talented. Like you noted, to qualify, to be the 24th seed, you had to average about 700,000 points in the qualifiers.
It's
to get here.
Kind of unheard of. Yeah. It's a really, really high bar for entry. And we do actually have our losers bracket matches coming up next before we get into those winners bracket quarterfinals matchups. So I'm going to be looking forward to seeing some of those. Some of these matches down here in the losers bracket are really ridiculous. I'm looking at OOMax versus Kama in particular and thinking that is going to be a really, really good match. RNG seed number 6 down in losers bracket versus Crestive. That is also going to be really, really fun to watch. Fiery Rage versus One Tabby
that's
in
the one I had my eye
bracket
on.
is ridiculous. I think you can kind of do that for a lot of these matches, but especially those three in particular, I think was very, very good.
And there Xylus, punching his ticket with the 4-0. The top 3 seeds getting clean 4-0s in the round of 16, and that is one stage done of the round table, Dio. We are now on to our quarterfinal stage next. As you said, we're getting the lower bracket matches first, then we'll get to the winners bracket. It's been a wonderful time this weekend. I've had an absolute blast, and I've only casted 2 matches. We've got a whole weekend. This is wonderful.
It is. It is just great. I'm happy to be here. Dolan's happy to be here. And I think the players are happy to be here too, especially nobody's eliminated yet. We're going to get started with those losers bracket matches in about 10 minutes. So once again, thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you to the Level Up Expo for hosting us here. And we'll see you all back here in 10 minutes for our first losers bracket matchup.
Bye, y'all.
go. I'll tell you what. If anyone can hear this and you would like a chance at winning a free PC, we are doing it right now. Anyone who wants a chance at winning a free PC, right now. If you were here earlier, you have a head start on them. And if you want a chance at winning a free PC, we are doing it right now. I can flip a credit card. Let's ask our beautiful staff. Let's ask our beautiful staff if we get a coin. Oh. Here. We got a quarter over here. We got to stop stealing from the audience, Austin. Come on now. Don't worry, I got it. I'll make it. Yeah, we'll make it clear here, all right? Just so we're clear, if you are standing, you are playing. If you are sitting, you are not playing. And we're going to have no leeway here. So this is how this works, all right? If you are on the carpet, you are not counted. So we want the carpet as the full divider all the way on one. All right. I'm going to flip this coin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Roundtable Open 2026 at the Level Up Expo in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Dio once again, and I'm joined by Dio on my left.
Chillier.
I'm
Nice to meet
Chillier
you.
Pair,
Nice to meet
joined
you.
by Dio.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Another match. We're back with the lower
Yes.
bracket this time. We've got RNG versus Crestive coming up now. This is a battle for the ages in the lower bracket for a second round.
For a loser's bracket round one match, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I guess this is what you get when people come up last year, show up, and have a good time, and word spreads, and then a bunch of other really good players show up and do the same thing this year, is you get kind of ridiculous matchups like this in losers round one. We are on the exact same pool as round of 16. RNG is fresh off of his match versus Decaton. He took 2 points off of him, lost due to a break point on the hidden 2 from Decaton, and so is going to be ready to go in this matchup. Crestive, meanwhile, is the 17th seed. He is the highest seeded player who started in the loser's bracket. So he on paper, was the player with the best chance of taking a match here in this losers bracket round 1, coming from the qualifying players that started in losers bracket, and to face off against seed 6 in RNG is honestly some tough luck. Like, that is a really, really rough matchup, and I hope we get a very close match between these two players.
I would be excited to see that. We talked a little bit about RNG earlier, especially in that match against Decaton, where he has so much to fight for, right? You know, Decaton being that reigning OWC carry performance, everything that he does for, you know, that team, and RNG sort of doing the same thing for the lower rank ranges, hopefully looking to move up into one of those higher spots and really make his name known up there on the side, as I see something absolutely unbelievable. Okay, so deviating from the match really quickly, I would like to formally announce on stream that we have a PP race going, of course, at the event, as Dio mentioned in the opening of the stream today. MREC has just set a 1,746 PP play live at Level Up Expo. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh my god, on time to say goodbye, DT. Okay.
I see. Yeah, well, that makes sense. But it's still a 1,700 on LAN, which is absolutely ridiculous. Before that, by the way, we already had over a 1,500 from Xylus. Like,
oh my gosh.
And also, like, I believe there was a 1,400 as well. Like, it is incredibly competitive for the PP race between the top players here. So
yeah,
it has been a ridiculous start to that. And, you know, we're barely into the second day of the event, and we have a 1,700. That is ridiculous. Back to the match. No mod 2 ban from RNG. Decaton did abuse him accuracy-wise on that in their match. Now, he obviously still got a good score on it for RNG side, but on a pool this easy, it really does come down to consistency and ACK battles a lot of the time. And I think just anticipating that, banning out that no mod 2. DT1 banned for Crestive. Neither of these players, for the first time, nobody banning out a laser mod pick. I think both of these players maybe talking with each other, reading each other, knowing that they would have both practiced already, and it's the hidden one first pick for Crestive.
An understandable first hidden pick. Crestive, known flow aim player, very consistent, rocks through on these streaming skill sets. And the question that we've been asking ourselves all day is, how much of a difference does the hidden make on these accelerating and decelerating streams? It's going to sound like a broken record by the end of the day, but that is the name of the game on this hidden pick. It's the consistency. It's how well you can hold through. And right now it's Crestive to find the first major slip up on the map here. RNG does find a break to match up with it as well, and I do think that this could be a close match overall. Again, RNG looked really good, held his own against Decaton, but Crestive, known tournament player, he's comfortable with this setting. It really is a question of just being at LAN right now, and RNG taking a big lead on ACK.
Yeah, but he just found a massive chain miss there, down to 97. Unfortunately, Crestive at 94, 95 now, and dropping with some more misses coming through. And I think RNG had I don't think he played this in his match versus Decaton, but this is one of the hardest hardest maps in the pool that we have in this first round of 16 and quarterfinals pool. So I think a lot of players will struggle on this a little bit more. Seeing some opening matches on this map maybe gave us a little bit of a warped sense of difficulty as we watched I believe it was MREC and Window Life nearly double FC this map to start the day off, but this is a hard map, and you can see how difficult it is for both of these players. Even without Note Lock on Laser, you still can easily find chain misses with just a slight misaim on this sort of a pick.
And there is the consistency for RNG starting off right now. You can tell he's played through this pool once. He's comfortable. He's ready to go. And it's just showing 98% accuracy, just barely falling to 97. He's got over 100,000 score lead. Crestive dragging a little bit back here with the misses from RNG in this section, but very, very far behind in the late onset of this map. Just barely over 2 minutes. There's not a whole lot of room for error there. And the first pick maybe not going as expected for Crestive, hoping for a little bit more success on the opener if you are fighting this uphill battle, and we're going to have to look forward to what comes next for him, because RNG starting off strong with a break point, 677,000.
Yeah, I mean, he looked... I won't say it was the best play that we've seen on the map. It was not, but he does take the win by almost 100,000 points and has a solid run there to get a point on the board. And that is a break point as well. That was Crestive's first pick, so really solid start to this match for RNG. Crestive going to be on the back foot going into every other map that we see from now on, as RNG, I mean, a couple of good picks for him that stand out from his first match versus Decaton. He had an incredible showing on the No Mod 1. He had a pretty solid run on the Laser Mod 1 as well. This was banned by Decaton into him. The Laser Mod 2 switched on Lotus by Susumu Hirasawa, the Kirby Mix Deluxe difficulty. This map does have Hidden turned on, which is not a laser mod.
Yep.
The laser mod for this is Wind Up, starts at 1.0 and goes to 1.5x. So you start playing a low AR Hidden map in a Kirby Mix style and end playing Kirby Mix DT.
Yeah, old Hidden reading into old style DT. What a shift that is, and honestly, the perfect merging of skill sets from start to finish there, and I do think it does encompass the whole style of old map gimmick playerness in a slot. So I love this laser mod. I think this is a fantastic pick for RNG. He's so good at these control-based skill sets, namely on that old style DT as well. I think Crestive, while a proficient Hidden player, I think there's a reason he picked that Hidden one. I think the flow aim was maybe just a little bit too much overall. This map might bring it back down to earth, and I think he might actually have a chance to contest this.
All right, let's see if he can indeed contest on Switched on Lotus. It's a somewhat long pick, 4 minutes 19 seconds no mod, I believe. It will get cut down a bit with Wind Up on here, but it won't quite be double time. I think it'll be about 3.5 minutes as we maybe get some technical difficulties. So in the meantime, talk about some of the chairs for the players provided by Blacklight, providing some ergonomic chairs for and supplies for all of the actual participants in the tournament out on the floor, as well as our lovely production crew behind here. I've been using one while I've been doing the spreadsheets, so it's been nice to have a comfortable chair as opposed to the wireframe office chairs that a lot of other people are using.
Yeah, the plastic convention chairs, the classic. No, they're extremely comfortable sitting in them for hours on end. So amazing. They have the lumbar in the middle too if you really get that lower back aching down. Honestly, everything about it. The magnetic pillow, by the way, understated on the Blacklight chairs. Being able to just shift it up and down, having to move it around, it is a lifesaver. So absolutely awesome stuff. Thank you to them for sponsoring at Level Up Expo this year. Of course, not to forget as well, our friends over at AMD that are with us at all times behind us. Personally, an AMD user in my PC.
Yep.
It's honestly never had a problem with them. Run cool, smooth. I do 3D renders, graphics. Oh, you know about it. So
yes, I do.
It is they're a lifesaver for getting anything done. So AMD, thank you to them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And hoping that we'll see getting back into the match soon. In the meantime, just waiting on that Laser Mod 1 to start up. Where do you think Crestive goes after this? Is he back into the Hiddens? Are we going into a Hidden 2? Are we kind of switching gears into maybe the other Laser Mod 1? I know RNG had a good score on that in his match versus Decaton, so I kind of doubt we go there. What do you see as the path?
Yeah, I mean, Crestive, to me, in a normal sense, is kind of that consistency-based mechanical player. I think he has the broad range of skill sets necessary to contest across this pool. The sort of issue that raises is that RNG is, as many people are aware, a stellar aim player overall on all skill sets. That's control, that's big aim, and I think that covers a wide variety of maps in these early stage pools where that's the primary skill set that's represented. So between flow aim and slider aim and jumps, there's very few gimmick skill sets to sort of break it up, and that's why you see these players really capitalize on them in the early picks and bans when they're going through, and why these Laser Mod 1 and 2 slots have become so pivotal to the success of different players in these matchups. I would definitely expect him to, even then with RNG's performance, maybe even look towards that No Mod 1. I know that it's maybe a contested slot, but it's got to be something that he can consider and open up the pool, depending on how Switched on Lotus goes. We've seen a lot of people who are normally confident on this map be struggled on this on LAN, especially with that rate up. The early accuracy, however, favoring RNG by just a slight amount. We are certainly not in to the major part of this map yet, as both players just absolutely get demolished by the first aim pattern.
Yeah, this map is one where you could argue that Wind Up actually makes the second half easier for a lot of players. playing 230 BPM single tap flow aim AR8 hidden patterns is not easy. This is a deceptively hard map at the start. And as the BPM ramps up, as the approach rate ramps up, this starts to be a lot more accessible for a lot of people because you start playing normal stream BPM for these flow aim patterns instead of single tapping at 115 BPM for the jumps, right? So this becomes a lot more accessible for a lot of people very quickly. And right now, it's actually Crestive with the slight accuracy lead, slight combo lead, a recent break coming through for RNG. And now the score lead starting to go back Crestive's way, but another chain miss and drop for Crestive. And we're back over to RNG once again with the combo lead and a very, very slight act lead.
I think this map works perfectly with wind-up because you really get the most difficult aspects of the map on where they bring out the best in these players. So in the early onset of the map, where the patterns are a little bit more spaced out and you want that lower approach rating to provide the control skill set, and as you go through and the map ends up speeding up, you actually have these dense, pinched together streams towards the ending of the map, which on DT are actually more difficult than they would be otherwise at the low approach rating. So I think you're actually getting the tough part on both sides of this, which is why we've seen players really struggle across the board from start to finish here. And as RNG finds another missed snap, this is really sort of staying within reaching distance for Crestive right now. There really hasn't been an opportunity where RNG has run away with an immense amount of score. The act difference is minuscule between these two players. The question is, does either of them hold a substantial combo here because they both keep missing on these tight patterns?
Yeah, and I think this is a successful pick at this point for RNG. We have a 0.5x multiplier from windup on this map, and so that 50k lead at the bottom is actually a 100,000 score lead for RNG right now. That is massive in a 1v1 when you have these relatively low scores, 500k for RNG, 400k for Crestive, and no real combo to be had for either of them. I mean, a 60 combo lead for RNG going into the ending here. And as you were talking about, here's where you get a lot of really, really difficult flow aim and slider jump aim. These streams coming up right here always catch a lot of people. And both players, actually RNG hitting them flawlessly there, and is going to be rewarded across the map with his better consistency with another point on the board, 2-0 to start this one off.
And this is exactly what we expected to see out of RNG in this match. He's had a chance to play through the pool. He's comfortable at the land setting. He was ready to jump into this match after coming from a very, very tough matchup on his first round here. And I think Crestive, as strong as he is performing and as good as some of these scores are, you are asking a lot to really just jump into this match against someone who's been able to play through. And we're hoping for the best from this next pick here, as we do see Shotgun Senorita come out. So sticking with the hidden, going to go for the reading, the perfect stack overlaps on the squares, these triangles, and of course, full combo resets on every single circle. So there is no relying on combo colors whatsoever to help you read these patterns.
Yeah, and that really actually tripped up RNG last match. This was the single point that Decaton had as a break point against RNG that ended up deciding the match and had Decaton go through 4-2 in the seeding upset, technical seeding upset, 11 versus 6. And a big part of that was this triangle jump aim pattern in the middle of the map that has reversing directions all over the place with these stacked overlap triangle jumps that when you have full new comboing like this becomes incredibly difficult to read correctly.
Yeah. And this is an absolutely classic map for these two players as well. This was a pick from United States Cup, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and I believe both of these players participating in that iteration as well. So they are perhaps familiar with this map in the sense that these perfect stack overlap patterns maybe not providing the difficulty, but it's RNG to actually find a couple of misses in the early onset of the map right now, which is not where you want to be finding these breaks. Lower accuracy overall for the two players, and again, just miss-aims across the board for RNG. Maybe a bit of a stark difference here from what we saw earlier. Boshiman putting up a double S on this map through his match, and a big advantage for Crestive right now, going just over that 30k point, and we are past halfway now. First big overlap pattern coming here with the triangle. Crestive
and it's the
looking
same
good.
pattern.
Yep, there it is.
I think bro just hates that pattern, or that pattern hates him. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
something in between
basically
there.
all you can say. He's not happy about that
Ooh,
one.
misread from Crestive there, though.
And that actually does keep things somewhat close. It is still about 100,000 score lead, though, in favor of Crestive. We would need to see major fall apart for him in the second half of this for RNG to find the break point here. And Crestive, frankly, really wants this point. He is down 2-0. If you give up another break point here, you give RNG match point and next pick, suited for a clean sweep. So I think just about everybody hoping for a clean match or a close match is hoping for a point here for Crestive. And despite finding a miss here and RNG holding on to the combo, Crestive will secure the point on that hidden 2. About a 50,000 score lead in his favor, a little less on that one, as RNG not quite able to bring it back during that middle section, that overlapping triangle pattern.
That's
right
brutal.
in the middle.
That's brutal to get the repeat on that one, and you can see just how close with this laser scoring it is. Still only about 50,000 difference between the two players, and that is a close score gap on like classic score V2, let alone on laser where note lock isn't a thing and it's a little bit more forgiving overall with the score. So needless to say, Crestive won that one by a pretty confident margin. 47K is decent enough. Anything larger than that, and it's a stark score gap. So amazing, like you said, to see him finally get a point on the board, maybe gain some confidence, start to bring himself back down to earth. Does still need the break point, of course, and given that this is a lower bracket match, this is also an elimination for either of these two players here, so one of them will be done for the bracket stage of this tournament following this match.
Yeah, and we go next into the Laser Mod 1 for RNG. I was talking about this pick earlier. One of his wins versus Decatur, and a very solid pick for him overall. Depth barrel roll for this map, which means that these are two unique laser mods that have been around for a while that generally get played quite a bit because I think they add very unique effects to the playfield. Depth making all objects 3D and approach you rather than having an approach circle approach them. And barrel roll making the entire screen rotate at a set rotational velocity. So yeah, it's a fun combination because you get 3D notes coming at you all rotating. And the thing with this mod combination in particular is it's less about being able to read what the patterns are that you're playing and more about being able to read and parse the patterns as they're actually coming at you and learn where to put your cursor in a lot of places to actually hit them correctly. RNG clearly not having any trouble with that as we load in about halfway through the map. And Crestive, down combo, down accuracy. RNG on the full combo with 99.5, looking solid.
I mean, he is just doing exactly what you sort of mentioned on this mod, right? You just need to aim to where they sort of appear on your screen, and it does add the reading aspect to it, right? You do need to track where they're sort of coming at you, so there is that element of motion, but you can sort of see, even though it's coming at you, it actually is sort of side-to-side motion as well, so you are sort of making those small adjustments with your cursor, and I do think that barrel roll is actually what's providing more of the difficulty, I think, than that depth really overall, where you are needing to track on that rotating axis when you're sort of just used to aiming to where they're appearing through. So even though RNG does find a break there, he did amazing for himself in the early onset of the map there, and that is one of the cleanest scores we've seen on that for the weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, one miss on the big slider stream right before the end of the map. 890K for RNG there is a very, very good score. I guess 3 misses, but it was on one pattern.
Yeah.
I feel like the only score we've seen so far that's better than that is MREX full combo or near FC. I think he missed once right at the end of the map there on that last ending stream. So very, very solid play for RNG, and a 3-1 score lead now for him. Match point still up the early break point on Crestive's first pick of that hidden 1. And Crestive now, where do you go from here? There's a DT2 still up. There's a couple of no mods still up. Both hard rocks are still available, but the hidden's gone, the laser mod's gone, and both of these players are going to have to branch out now.
Yeah, I think this is the point in the match where that practice sort of starts to come in. You've got the playthroughs on the early onset of the pool, and likewise now Crestiv getting a feel for how this sort of goes in a match setting. And then you also have RNG, who is continuing to work his way through this pool strong, and now, like you said, branching out maybe into these differing skill sets, maybe that Nomad 4 making an appearance at some point here for Crestiv. I don't imagine a DT being the option here. Picking a Hard Rock Precision or Slider aim into RNG for this Hard Rock pool, unfortunately, is maybe a bit of a death sentence, especially against a player of his caliber. So that Nomad 4, which actually does end up being the pick, definitely agree with this. I think Crestiv is doing his job. He's remaining calm, cool, collected. He's not deviating his picking strategy based on how the match is going. And I think I love to see that. I love to see that players are headstrong in what they like to go into in a match. They don't let the outcome of what happens on the day of affect what they know that they're good at. And I think that really is the marker of an experienced tournament player like Crestiv going up against someone like RNG here.
Yeah, and let's see how this Nomad 4 pick works out for him. Does sound like the song is getting started here, so hoping to swap over very soon.
Can we talk about how awesome this song is, by the way? Like, this is a jam. I don't know what else to say about it. And we're a little bit of the way into the map through the first pattern. Missed the intro set of this, but it's a very flow aim oriented tech map here. So you're going to see coming into these next few patterns here, these space stream differences. But it is pretty snappy with these sliders. And again, as we've mentioned, the slider accuracy requirement on laser does require you to follow all the way through to the end. So you can see both Crestiv and RNG dropping a couple of hundreds here towards the ending. Those X's for misses are actually missed slider ends, which does lose you the 1 point on the combo.
Yeah, usually they'd be marked with a 100 in stable, but because slider head accuracy now exists, those markers exist to remove that ambiguity and make it so that you know exactly what you did. And if you do drop 100 on a slider, maybe we'll see one of them drop 100 here at some point, but if you do, it actually appears underneath the slider head instead of the slider tail now in laser, as a miss comes through for Crestiv about a third of the way into the map, and RNG now poised to take advantage, has that combo lead from earlier on. Did find a miss himself right at the start of the map as well, and so does rely a little bit on that 2% accuracy lead, 2.5% accuracy lead for himself, plus the solid combo lead that he has now, and is building up a really big score gap at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unfortunate part. They get a chance to see the scores there as well. Crestiv seeing that combo on RNG here, and the ending of this map is a little bit more difficult. You've got some of those back and forth snap patterns in between the flow here. Both players clearly not having too much of an issue with the streams. It is going to be about where that ending section goes here as we go through the build-up into the last quarter of the map here. And 112,000 points with a big drop here. It could be anyone's game, but RNG holds through, and this is looking really good for him.
Yeah, he is still holding on to this big combo now into the last quarter of this map. Any big chain miss could maybe swing it over, but it's Crestiv to find the drop instead. And at this point, I think it's all over for Crestiv. RNG still holding this big combo into the ending, and that is going to be a massive score lead by the time we're done with this Nomad 4 pick. RNG going to be taking the win on this map, going to be taking the match with 2 breakpoints in 4-1 fashion over Crestiv. And unfortunately for Crestiv, this loser's bracket match going to be the one and only time we see him here in the Roundtable's main tournament bracket. It is single elimination for those who qualified in top 24, and double elimination here for RNG. Finds his second chance here in the loser's bracket.
And an unbelievable score to boot to do it. A 900K on this map. Very, very difficult map, especially in a land setting. And this is the uphill battle, right? RNG one. Effort for the 1 point through in this match in what was a pretty difficult matchup. And again, in a land setting, it's tough to find a comfortable setup in a place that you're going to feel good at for the matchup here. So awesome stuff for Crestiv. Unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to them for the bracket stage here, but we appreciate them coming out for the round table this year, and wish RNG the best of luck in his next matchup in the bracket stage.
Absolutely, and we do have a couple of more matches coming up in the losers bracket as well. We've got multiple of those coming up throughout the next while, honestly. RNG versus Crestive, this one that we just saw that first matchup for us. The next one, I mean, tough choice. Which one do you want to watch? OO Max versus Kama in the losers bracket to start off? Or Fiery Rage versus One Tabby in the losers bracket as well? I mean, both Kama and One Tabby in the losers bracket to start off is, I think, pretty ridiculous, right? Not even top 16 for either of them. So it's a tough choice. I'm not sure which one of those we're going to get on stream here for you on the A stream. Those two matches will be happening simultaneously. We'll hopefully get that B stream up as soon as possible so that we can start broadcasting every match that is going on here at the Roundtable. But until then, we'll be here on the main stream. We'll be back in, I believe, about 10 minutes. I'm just going to double check our schedule here. Yeah, about 10, 15 minutes
15? Yeah.
for our next matchup. That is going to do it for us for now. Thank you very much for watching. Congratulations to RNG on the win. Good luck to him in his next matchup. And thank you to Crestive for playing in the Roundtable Open 2026. I'm Dio. He's Chillier. See you in 15 minutes.
See ya.
Let's go.
Do you know why we are here, Dante? There have been some issues. You lost your mother, and now your brother suddenly back?
Virgil, what did Mundus do to you? He set me free.
You're gonna
You and your brother both have roles to play in the coming Reformation.
Mr. Magic Man, been meaning to tell ya. You got a little something right here.
The sons of Sparta, at last.
I hate to sound harsh, but this is the worst ventriloquist act I've ever seen. I can't even tell which of you is the hand and which is the asshole.
We are back with yet another match at the Roundtable 2026 at Level Up Expo. Yet another lower bracket match here, working through these first round matchups here, and a spicy one for this. We have Kama versus Ethan John Nushi, I believe, or did we swap matches? Oh
no, we have Kama versus Max.
Kama versus Max to start up. Okay, good. So
Ethan John's a little later. You gotta hold that one in for about half an hour before we get to him.
Oh, okay. We'll wait for that one. But Kama Max, this is going to be an exciting one, I think. You know, these are two players. Max really knocking it out of the park through qualifiers to make it all the way up through here. Did end up in the lower bracket to start off, but one of the higher seeds overall in the range, if not, down on the side. And then Kama, you know, maybe a little bit lower than we would have expected out of the qualifiers. 20th overall, a high performer in some pretty big profile tournaments overall. Expecting big things from him in this first round matchup regardless versus Max to see if he can hold his own.
Yeah, little bit surprised to see Kama down at the 20th seed, but that's a bit of a gosh, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's an explosive sort of matchup coming for anybody in the losers match or in the losers bracket who falls down, you know, to face off. So should be interesting to see what kind of run he can make. And yeah, Max falling from winners earlier. So, you know, one player who we've seen on the pool already, who will have match experience on the map pool. The other making the debut in the tournament. So should be interesting to see kind of how they fare, and kind of an interesting one skill set wise. A lot of the stuff you think of, Kama being super strong on right, really good on like the weird DT finger control tapping sort of stuff. Not a huge amount of that here in this pool once you get past, maybe like the DT1 kind of finger control elements. So I'll be interested to see kind of what the pick strategy ends up looking like for these guys in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's maybe going to have to just run into some of the more technically demanding skill sets on the other slots here. Virtual throw and maybe an option on here. I do think some of the aim will favor Kama in some aspects. He's definitely leaning towards that side of things. And then, of course, Max, that's the mechanics player of the match right here, going to be _1 skill set by far. Overall, I'm expecting maps like Blue Zenith, like DT2 to come out here. Even, maybe even that DT1. I know we talk about that like old style, so maybe Kama going in for that DT2. I do think we should see some avoidance of the laser mods here, as we do see laser mod 1 banned out over here actually by Kama.
Yeah, and it looks like already getting into things here, it is going to be a Nomad 3 as the first pick. I believe that is from Kama.
I would expect so.
I believe so.
I would expect so.
And this is kind of a relatively straightforward. It feels like we haven't seen a whole lot of this Nomad 3 as of yet, really. It's been a relatively unpopular pick in this pool. Kind of a straightforward alt map, as you might expect from a Falcom Sound Team JDK, say that in a hurry, type of song. And even at a cut version, it's still 2.5 minutes long, so you get a little bit of that alt consistency. A little bit of slider element to it as well, so you can kind of count, just a tad bit of a tech adjacent element to it, but really is just about that kind of snappy alt. And Kama headed out to a little bit of an early lead here with the early break from Max in that first 100 combo.
Yeah, the interesting part of this map is you really do switch up the patterning styles. Normally on these alt maps, you sort of have to select between a flow aim-styled alternating skill set and something that's maybe big, more snappy, wide-angle aim patterns. This map transitions between the two of them, and I think that's sort of a trend we see with these Falcom Sound Team songs, is that you've got these flow, aim, density, almost stream patterns in here, mixed in with the wide-angle snaps that you see on the other side, and I think that's why Kama is faring so well on this, because we talked about him being better at those technical skill sets, so his ability to maneuver his aim and control it around those swaps is going to give him a major advantage on skill sets that are more broadly represented and not sort of broken down quite as much, which is where the trend of mechanics players leans, where they're sort of like champions of like the single style patterning through, and Kama is just tearing this map up right now.
Yeah, he's having a really good time. Finally, his first break on that little repeating snap kind of W-shaped jump pattern here in this break, but it was a miss from Max as well. so not going to be harmful to Kama's lead at all. Makes it through that little tapping pattern while OMAX trades a miss. And this is a good first pick. Let's just cut to the chase here. Kama performing really well on it. Going to take a pretty sizable victory on his opening map of this match. So definitely a good start to things. I think this is just a one miss play, assuming no more misses in the ending section. Solid accuracy as you'd kind of expect from a good combo play with low miss count on an alt map. And really just outshining his opponent is Kama here. OMAX really, I mean, the score is like reasonable because the AC is high, but several misses just scattered throughout in such a way that he was never really able to get into it. And so that's just a good start from Kama. The 161K margin of victory there, 1-0 lead. And, you know, start off on the right foot for your first map in the tournament, as we mentioned, starting in the loser's bracket for Kama, getting things going the right way.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stark difference in performance there at the start. Kama just looked confident the entire time. Low accuracy, or 100 count rather, through the entire time. 99.3 finishing off on the end of that map. So we haven't seen a lot of this Nomad 3 this weekend, but Kama really starting off strong for the few times that we have. Really speaks volumes to maybe a couple of slip-ups that he was unintending to find in the qualifier stage of this tournament. Now maybe finding that recovery as we just immediately go into Shotgun Senorita for the next pick of the match. So Max going in for this, and that was surely a break point on the first one. I feel like Kama would be the one I would pick to go in for a reading map here.
I no longer am sure.
I am not.
I am no longer
sure.
And it looks like both these guys struggled a little bit right at the start, too. That first burst, like, just caught them out completely, unless that's Bancho. But, I mean, the accuracy not coming back, 90 and 97. So both mistiming, like, the very first burst of this map, which we've seen this in what feels like nearly every match at this point. It's been a very, very popular pick in this early round pool. And so, you know, you're seeing players comfortable, relatively speaking, as much as you can be with all the perfect stacks and overlaps, and as we've mentioned a couple times, all new combos, so you don't get any follow points in this either. And it's a good start this time around for OMAX, who is up by 3% on the accuracy, and that's building up a 50K score lead by itself. The combo identical with the double FC, but that accuracy is huge in favor of OMAX, already 2/3 of the way through and just absolutely chilling with that 98 actual combo.
And no concessions given from Kama as well, hitting that triangle pattern. And there actually goes Max on one of these linear overlaps. So there goes that score lead. And that's going to very slowly crawl back to the side of Kama, holding this 500 combo. There's only one more big reading pattern towards the ending here, and Kama hitting it. If he doesn't miss on this overlap here, then that is going to be a close score gap into the ending here at T1G. It is 2,000 score through, and it is Max all the way with the combo. He will just barely get this.
Wait,
oh my goodness,
what just
wait
happened?
a minute. What? No, it might be, wait, no, what? Wait, what? The miss of all time. Wait, the miss of all time. Wait, score lead, Kama wins the map by 20. Okay.
I'm gonna be so for real. I'm at a loss as to what just happened, because it was at a 3K score lead for OMAX. He missed one time, and the score lead went to Kama by 23K. I genuinely am not sure what we just witnessed with that score gap flipping and then going as heavily to Kama's side as it did. So I genuinely, I have no idea how that happened.
That hit circle had a 4x multiplier.
Yeah,
like
one note just gave somebody 20K, I guess. But it's a break point.
Yeah.
It's Kama for the 2-0 lead, and now his own pick to come to try to consolidate it for a 3-0 lead, and 3-0 in best of 7, as we've talked about, pretty decisive. So if he can find a good pick here, which he's got options, then it's going to be a good spot. And it is going to be another Nomad pick for Kama coming out early on. Nomad for Virtual Throne. Solid player with, as you were talking about, you know, kind of the rounded skill sets, maps that offer a lot of different kind of patterning. You know, this is a tech map, but it's got a little bit of the flowy tapping stuff in addition to the slider aim. Kind of right up the Kama alley.
Yeah, this is, you know, kind of one of those like first picks we mentioned earlier on in the match where Kama was going to look for this, because a lot of the more techie DT skill sets that he lean into aren't present in these early pools. He's going to have to look to the adjacent skill sets, and I do think the nature of this map, and again, that sort of hybrid snap flow aim style that we looked at on that Nomad 3 is still present in part in this Nomad 4. different genre, a little bit higher intensity between some of the flow patterns here. Looking for him to have some pretty good confidence on this one. And like you mentioned, a 3-0 would just be devastating for Max. We have yet to see anyone come back from a 3-0 or anything close to it today. We've seen a couple of tiebreakers pop out, but it was back and forth the entire time. So it would be quite the miracle for Max to make that happen. But an early break is not going to be what you want to see to have that.
No, and this map kind of plays shorter than it actually is, right? 3 minutes, but you've got that intro to kind of chip away at that time. Couple early misses here from both players. Omax following another couple of breaks, but traded back by Kama, so he's not going to be able to take as big of a lead as he could have, but 50K is still 50K, a third of the way through. Another miss, though. So Kama not quite at the level of consistency on this map that he may have been on the earlier first couple picks in this matchup. And it looks like Omax should be in a position to try to bring this back, holding on to 117 combo lead, slightly behind on the accuracy, but 16K score gap. That's enough for Omax to bring this back. We're only halfway through, still a decent amount of time left. And, you know, this is where the comeback could start to happen. You need to, it feels like you really need to get this break point back ASAP here, and he's working at making that happen.
He's going to be able to bring back quite a bit of score in this slow section right here. The question is, right after this build-up, there's that section with the quick 1-2 back and forths, those little mini snap patterns. And we've seen those catch a lot of players off guard in the matches this weekend. And my question is, does Max have it in them to hold through the space stream in? Kama does miss it, and Max hitting the first one does mean good things for the rest of them. And this is going to be a confident gain now through to the ending. Kama fighting an uphill battle all of a sudden.
It is the break to come out from Max, but it's traded. And oh man, the score lead actually went back over Kama's way thanks to the superior accuracy. It was a couple misses and some accuracy drop, and Max starting to fall apart at the worst possible time in this map, now coming down into the ending. He had the opportunity to hold on to this lead and to bring this map his way, but just unfortunately gave it up. Kama with the late charge and the superior combo, superior accuracy at the ending. Look at the act gap on this map. By the time all is said and done, it's at 2%. Kama showing the comfort level a little bit higher and his ability to bring the combo back just a little bit better. And just like that, what seemed like Max might be able to get the break point back is instead going to be the 3-0 lead. Consolidated break point to Kama, match points the rest of the way through here for him. And again, you kind of see these players, we had it happen with Bashi earlier, where the players with the experience either on LAN or in the high-profile tournaments, just to a slightly higher degree, can often make those things happen. They're able to take that deep breath at the break in the middle of the map and say, okay, I'm going to settle in, lock in, I'm going to hold the combo into the ending, and I'm going to bring it back my way.
And that, you know, that accuracy is not to be understated for Kama that you mentioned as well. We talk a lot about those techie, more niche skill sets being Kama's strength. Well, that is sort of what Kama is known for, is those super difficult tech maps, being able to put up the ACK on those. Like, I'm talking Malashevsky level ACK before he was doing it. Like, that was Kama's name of the game up until, you know, even 2-3 years back from now, continuing to improve into the future here. And you know, it's good to know that he's still got it. He's still showing it off to us in a LAN setting. And Max is putting up a valiant effort. These have been close maps, regardless of who it's been picking through. But Kama has just been able to hold on a little bit stronger. Like you said, it's that top-level experience. It's that ability to perform under pressure and be able to sort of maintain that composure through. As we look for the hidden one, we continue to see this flow aim come through in this match.
Yeah, it's a fair amount, right? I mean, you've got kind of flow elements in all 4 of these maps that we've seen to some degree or other. You know, even the Hidden 2 has some of those kind of linear flow patterns in it. Obviously, Nomad 3 alternates between flow and snap alt, Nomad 4 tech, and then Hidden 1. You know, we've talked about it kind of throughout the day as it's only 185 BPM on this pick, so it's really not going to be a tapping challenge because everybody at this level is going to be able to tap it just fine. It's going to be about that hidden flow aim with the variable spacing, as we've talked about, you know, the accelerating streams, the decelerating streams where they get, you know, the notes get farther apart or closer together as the stream goes on. Really challenging when you add that hidden modifier on top of it. So we'll see how these players handle it. And, you know, Max needs this one because you lose this map as Max, you lose the match, you're out of the tournament here in the loser's bracket. So this is a must-win situation the rest of the way through. 3 maps in a row required just to force a tiebreaker, and Kama's not going to let that go easily.
and it cannot be understated just how much that composure helps on a map like this, because this is a bit of a density test with the hidden. It's counterintuitive on a map like this, where actually putting more focus and concentration into the map can actually tend to hurt you when you overthink these changes in spacing and you try and reposition your cursor to sort of follow it, kind of like we're seeing here. It leads to more misses, and I think that composure does end up helping when you just don't think about it. You just flow through the patterns, you go with the rhythm, and both players finding breaks there is a little bit of a saving grace for OO Max, but he does find another break into this Buzz Slider section here. A little bit more of this techie breakdown as Combo starts to put back up to that 250 here. Another accuracy lead for Kama. That's where the majority of that 60k is coming from. And once again, we've seen the trend in this match. It's Max trying to fight back through, but he does find another break, and Kama just looks so consistent with the accuracy, the combo, back up to 99 now through that section.
Yeah, it's been one of the very, very impressive things that Kama's been doing throughout this match, and as we talked about, kind of throughout his time in the tournament scene. So good at keeping the accuracy up on rhythmically challenging maps. Lowest Kama ac jokes on maps where he's got like a 2-100 play on some DT4 in OWC finals. That sort of thing is what he's absolutely known for, and that sort of thing is what's really winning him this match as well. He's kept the accuracy lead on so many maps, so even if he falls with a break, he's able to maintain the ac lead. And unfortunately here, it's just OO Max really kind of struggling. Has not had a great time trying to build a combo back up throughout the course of this map. Breaks coming kind of left, right, and center for him, and Kama taking full advantage, right? This is just going to be a really good play overall for Kama. Not maybe what OO Max would have hoped for there, but that's going to be tough to beat regardless. Kama putting up the 887k, 3 miss 1100s, like 99.2 ac. I mean, it's just a solid performance, and it's going to win him the match 4-0. I mean, let's be real here. Kama in this match was just a superior player, and you can't be too upset if you're OO Max, because it's Kama. He's an OWC player, like he's at a very, very high level, and you acquitted yourself decently enough. You got in through the qualifiers as OO Max. You managed to get into this stage, so shout outs to him, but Kama just a superior player on this occasion.
No, and I agree, and I think it shouldn't be understated as well. OO Max going into the winner's bracket to start in this tournament as well, so a major achievement regardless of whether or not you go 1-2, 0-2, either way. This is a LAN setting. It's very difficult. Everyone came here to compete at the highest level, and it's tough to get used to a LAN setting. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of uncertainties when it comes to getting your setup ready, and I think Max had an absolutely stellar effort through 2 extremely difficult opponents going through the first match all the way down into this lower bracket. I mean, Orange Juice was just putting on an absolute clinic in that match this morning. So impressive scores regardless across the board. 600Ks, 700Ks from Max. So unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to them in the bracket stage for this lower match. But best of luck to Kama in the next phase. We'll be facing off against the winner of Fiery Rage versus One Tabby, which I believe we will be streaming later this afternoon, if not another match. We'll have to sort of figure out what's going up on each side, I think.
I think Fiery versus One Tabby should be going on currently. I don't have a live score on it, so I'm not positive if there's been any sort of change in plan. But that'll be Kama's opponent regardless, will be the winner of that match. And that match should be an interesting one, and then Kama versus the winner of that should be an interesting one. So regardless of what happens, it's going to be a good time. I know the next scheduled stream match, I believe, is intended to be Vesprit versus Ethan John. That one coming up in a little bit, actually. Like
20 minutes.
It's like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So we got ourselves a little break here. Things going well. I mean, if you just look at what we've seen, we had the back-to-back tiebreakers with Bashi Raikik earlier, Recoil, and Vesprit, but we've had great matches, and we've got more great matches to come. So that's what we're all about here.
I'm excited for it. There's so much to come. This is only the first round of the lower bracket, so we're not even all the way through the first phase of the tournament here. There's so much more to come today and tomorrow. We're going to stick you all on our live open free play area for the next 20 minutes, give you a chance to see what's going on this year. Again, 80 PCs dedicated to OSU. What an awesome sight that is to see all of those full, everyone playing through. All of our tournament players going to be in those first 2 rows of PCs up at the front as well. So we'll take about a 20-minute break right now. It's been a pleasure casting with you as usual, T1G. We hope you have all enjoyed these matches in this first block. We've got a couple more for you in the next set, and then another round to come today in the later afternoon, so plenty more competition for you all. Thanks for watching, and we will catch you back here in around 20 minutes.
boundless expanse of the multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities life could take. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless. Yeah, I told you. I couldn't wait to see ya. But the truth, I've got some kind of amnesia. You crept up on me, said you thought of me fondly. And finally, since we let go, you're ready to say hello. What do you hope to see coming to this place? Said you'd never call up. Now you're all up in my face, in my face, in my face, in my face.
喉を締め付け乾いた季節思いにふける鳥に浮かぶ思い出の雪再会を予期してた That sweet memory 待つことに慣れすぎて痛みさえ感じないの麻痺してるこだねてる刺激な太陽がまた求めてる視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりの恋しして今日と降り積もる雪
All right, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to Roundtable Open 2026 at Level Up Expo. We are continuing on through our first block of losers bracket matches, getting to see some players for the first time here in losers, and we are headed into the next match. It's going to be Vesprit, who dropped down from winners on a tiebreaker loss against Recoil. He's going to be taking on Ethan John, who is starting off in the losers bracket as one of the bottom 16 or 17 through 24 seeds. So it should be a pretty exciting one. Like to see these matchups. They're often very, very competitive. T1G back. Joining me this time is going to be Doland. Welcome back, Doland. Good afternoon.
It's always a pleasure to be back in the booth here at the Roundtable, and the Roundtable has been super exciting thus far. As we look at the bracket, we can see kind of what's been happening. We missed another tiebreaker that happened over on the B stream. The 24th seed Revamp getting the win over 14th seeded Jaren, and will play RNG in his next match. So got to level up, no pun intended here, Revamp. That's going to be a tough one. Kama, as we saw, getting that nice 4-0 sweep over OO Max. But today, right here, right now, it's Vesprit versus Ethan John. And Vesprit, a player who kind of, I think, went under most people's radars coming into this event because, well, didn't really tell many people he was going to be here. You know, our resident Canadian Dio didn't know, so how can we prepare for that? But showed up, qualified 12th in a stacked qualifier lobby, and is now trying to bounce back after a tough tiebreaker loss against Ethan John.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, going to tiebreaker against Recoil, who's been a very, very strong player over the last 2 years, does indicate to me that Vesprit, you know, he's been around the tournament scene for a while, still going to be, I'm sure, in good form. So I really do anticipate this one to be a pretty competitive matchup. And notably, I believe at the same time, we'll have to find out if it's going to be live on B stream. Rykick versus Insert, that's going to be the corresponding match in the other losers matchup at this time. So another one going on there. And we're going to get into things here.
Wow.
We start off with a quick Hard Rock 2-ban coming out here from Vesprit. And the LM1, I'm so sad whenever LM1 gets banned because I just love seeing the barrel roll depth.
Right,
it's so cool.
Right. It's shockingly enough, actually, I think there's no LM bans this match. I think this is the first time I've seen both LMs be left open, and we're going to be leading into LM1, I believe, actually.
Oh, okay, you're right. I am sorry. Yeah, that was a no mod 2 ban. Okay.
Yeah, rejoice, T1G.
All right.
Rejoice.
I promise I have eyes and I can see. All right, so it was actually first pick LM1. This is like the practice map, right? If you see somebody who's performing well on this, you know that they have spent some time preparing on it. And already, I mean, we're not even through the intro yet, and you could already see Vesprit taking a pretty sizable advantage on the accuracy as well as holding on to the FC. Ethan John early break, but recovering. So ready to get going into this pick.
Yeah, and a traded break there from Vesprit, so Ethan John will have a shot here. And it makes you wonder, there's got to be some confidence on the side of Ethan John to leave both LMs open, especially for both these players. It means they've likely practiced this, and now Ethan John taking over the lead here by 20,000 and growing as Vesprit finds yet another miss, despite leading in the accuracy department.
Yeah, struggles with the combo here for Vesprit, and I mean, you got to give so much credit to Ethan John for qualifying. I have to imagine rank 7100. Somebody can fact check me here. Got to be the lowest ranked player to qualify, right? Like, surely. that's when you compare to a lot of the players that we have in this tournament, that's a really impressive job to get through qualifiers in the first place. And then, you know, we'll see how the performance is here in this matchup as continuing to hold on to this advantage by just about 30K.
Oh, but there is the miss, and now Vesper. Oh, but Vesper trades it immediately, so opportunity denied, and Ethan John still gonna have a shot to take this map. And as you noted, rank 7,100 T1G. It's impressive enough for a player of that rank to be qualifying for this tournament, let alone getting the 18th seed. And another break from Ethan John leaves the score margin at practically nothing.
This is into the last second.
And they trade!
It's just hold every circle you can, but I think that advantage has to be there for Vesprit. And what an opener we've got into this stream, into the ending. Both players hitting
Vesprit misses!
The one miss at the end of it, but it's enough. Just that one circle did not prove decisive, fortunately for Vesprit, unfortunately for Ethan John. And hey, look, we've got player cams now.
How about that?
Say hello to Vesprit, say hello to Ethan John. And man, sub 2K on the first pick of the match. You know you're in for something good.
Yeah, that is crazy stuff right there. Both players having every opportunity to take that point away. And, you know, it's just frustrating for Ethan John to not be able to take that point, but you've got to just put that behind you, move on forward with your next pick here. I believe that was Ethan John's pick, if I'm reading that right.
It does appear to be, yeah.
Yeah, so that was a break point to start this one off. So it is going to be Vesperit's pick now, and it's going to be interesting to see where Vesprit goes, because even though Vesprit took that LM1 very close, you're probably not going to pick LM2 here, and it's actually going to be Hidden 1.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't seen a whole ton of LM2. We've seen plenty of Hidden 1 though. Just, you know, kind of a raw flow test, relatively low BPM, not anything too crazy in the tapping department, but those accelerating, decelerating streams, and then of course that kind of middle section with the buzz sliders, the finger control elements. Vesprit, if memory serves from his time as a frequent tourney player, very strong hidden player, so can understand him going into Hidden Pool with the first pick. Does find the very, very early break right at the start, but a ton of map to go, and we'll see how comfortable these players will end up looking.
Another break there for Vesprit, and a clean start here for Ethan John. You love to see it. 98% accuracy, about a full percent accuracy advantage, and there is a traded miss now as accuracies even out, and now Vesprit will narrow that score margin. It's a very short map here, T1G, 2 minutes, 13 seconds in length.
It is, and another break comes through there from Ethan John, who is not, unfortunately, having the greatest time here. Multiple misses, and Vesprit really settling in. The very start miss, kind of on a reverse choke for the time being. And, I mean, you just look at the cursor control on these flow patterns, whether they're accelerating, decelerating, or normal. Just looking clean. Another break there coming from Ethan John. Big accuracy drop and a reset from Vesprit, so he's going to temper the advantage a little bit there. But the combo was intact for long enough to build a 50,000 score lead halfway through.
Yeah, that's a significant margin here, but because of the act drop, it does give Ethan John an opportunity in this map if Vesprit should find another miss, and he does! Big accuracy drop. Ethan John now has a chance, maintains the combo advantage, and now it's down to 35K, shrinking to 30K T1G. Here comes Ethan John.
Here he comes indeed on that combo, trying to make this comeback happen. He's halved the score gap down under 25K now. Quarter of the map still to come. There's a lot of combo in this back end of this pick, right? The flow tapping, but it's a break from Ethan John, and there was the chance gone, unfortunately, as Vesprit holds on that lead back up over 40,000, and I've got to think that that's probably enough to maintain the advantage into the ending no matter what now.
Yeah, heartbreaker here on the opening two maps for Ethan John. Despite that miss from Vesprit, there's just not enough time unless there is a giga collapse here from Vesprit, and I don't foresee that happening here. Ethan John, though, able to keep it respectable and really keep Vesprit on his toes here in these opening two maps. I mean, despite the fact that it's a 2-0 lead for Vesprit, I mean, these have been highly contested picks here.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 lead with a total score gap. What is that, 60,000 between the two maps? I mean, that's not a whole lot. I mean, I guess maybe if you were playing Tycho, that would be a huge margin.
Yeah,
but
right.
you know, here in standard, that's a pretty small margin for two maps. So, you know, the lower seeded player upset on the mind, not perhaps coming through in those first couple picks, but like you said, keeping him respectable, keeping it close, keeping Vesprit on his toes, making him work for the picks, and his own second pick to come here. I will say Ethan John needs, I think, needs a win on this pick, right? You don't want to go down the 3-0 double break point. So this has got to be whatever he's got in his pocket, and it's looking like maybe the Nomad 3.
Definitely, don't want to say unconventional pick, but it's definitely not a map that players have eagerly reached for right off the bat this weekend. And now Ethan John will turn to the Nomad 3 as a last resort here to try and get some momentum going. And as you said, it's so important because you don't want to go down 3-0 and give Vesprit an opportunity to put this match away in 4.
Yeah, and this has been a map that, like you said, we have not seen the whole time. We did see it last match with Kama putting on a really good performance on this pick. But other than that, it's not been super popular. Kind of an all-around alt pick. So if you're good at flow alt, if you're good at snap alt, this will be right up your alley. And hopefully for Ethan John, that's the answer. He needs the recipe for a win here. And if it starts on this alt pick, that would be all the better. Needs to make something materialize. Best of 7. The thing is, like, you might only get 2 picks, right? So you've got to have those 2 maps locked and loaded and ready to go. And it's dead even through the early stages. But there is the break from Vesprit to start things off. 2.5 minutes, not the longest. So let's see what kind of advantage Ethan can build here.
And once again, another clean launch here from Ethan John. High AC. You have to wonder if it's nerves because Ethan has been in it to win it every single time. Has looked really composed just until you find that one miss. I think we've all gotten one miss syndrome before while playing the game. It's going great. You're locking on a high AC run, and then one miss leads to 2, leads to 4, leads to 8. But so far, another miss here from Vesprit. And despite some great accuracy from Vesprit, Ethan John has a 70,000 point advantage halfway through the map, T1G.
He's looking really good. The FC still intact. The accuracy is sterling. Just got to keep it up, though. You can't let your foot off the gas at any point on this pool because it simply requires the consistent performance throughout all of these picks. You've got to be able to drop FCs or near enough. And so even with this 100K lead, like, you've got to keep it all the way through because that combo starts to build back up from Vesprit. So, any little opportunity he could still pounce on in these little jump patterns. But there's another break from Vesprit.
This could be it.
That might be it right there.
That might be it. And, I mean, this could be an absolute statement point here for Ethan John, which is exactly what he needs. Not just a point, some confidence to remind himself, hey, I might be ranked 7K, but I earned the right to compete in this bracket stage. I qualified for the Roundtable. I belong here. He's going to make the world remember the name of Ethan John, get a point on the board here in Vegas. And he's doing it in style, TRG. Look at this run.
Trying to bring this FC home to get that first point on the board in the tournament for himself. Doing it with style, man. The cursor just missing that last jump pattern. Unfortunately, it will not be the FC, but job long since done on the point itself. And Ethan John is on the board. We will not see a chance at a sweep here for Vesprit.
Look at what it means to him as well.
Man.
Look at that. You get the relief, the wave.
Exactly.
I'm not getting swept. I did it. And now hopefully that'll allow Ethan John. Look at it.
Little cheer, little smile.
Take a bow. Take a bow.
Oh, you gotta love being able to see, just like you said, that little bit of relief, that little grin that, yep, I got that point. I put up a really solid performance on my pick, gave myself a chance to keep this match going, and force Vesprit into the pick here with only a 2-1 lead instead of a possible 3-0. And, Vesprit, after the hidden 1 first pick, has some options available to him, so very curious to see if he stays in the hidden pool. We talked about maybe the LM2 coming into play somewhere in this match. The options are on the table here. It's not a huge pool, but every map, represents something. It's going to be, is that a DT1
I
pick?
believe.
Another one that feels like it's not been super popular.
No, it hasn't. I mean, I think I saw Decaton pick this. It's the only time I've seen it picked. And I kind of like where Vesprit's going with this. He realized, because one single point in a best of 7 is absolutely massive. You can't afford to throw away a breakpoint advantage like this. And DT has not been played. Let me see how good Ethan's feeling on DT. He's gotten clean launches on everything, but can he play double time? And Vesprit, we know, can bring it. We'll see what Ethan John's got in the tank. Must be absolutely jazzed after that performance on the Nomad 3 T1G, but here we go.
Yeah, Vesperit's strong finger control, kind of light tapping player, in addition to being pretty good at that like hidden flow. So this is another skill set that I do think works well for him in this matchup. And I mean, you can already see we're only 300 combo and you've got an SS against a 94 act. So that control and that tapping ability really coming through in spades here to get Vesperit, as you like to say, that clean launch here on this pick. Already a 30K plus lead just on accuracy.
But Ethan John is keeping the full combo intact despite being down 4.5% in accuracy. Oh, but that miss is going to potentially be it if we don't see a miss here from Vesperit very shortly, because just with how important accuracy is weighted here, it's not like the SV2 of old where you could get score capped in the middle. I got baited on that earlier. Gio had to set me straight in between rounds. I was like, that makes sense. I'm glad they did that change. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, the laser scoring accuracy value pretty noticeable, and unfortunately for Ethan John is now down in every respect, with Vesperit just holding the clean act. I mean, 99.5 still just shy of halfway through. You can see that tapping and finger control working really well for him. Combo still alive, and 130K lead. This is such a long map too. One of the longer picks you'll see in a DT pool. It's 3.5 minutes after double time. You can see the original time, 5:20.
Right.
It's a long DT pick, so you've got to just stay with it the whole way through, not let the nerves affect you, not let your, kind of finger control run out. And for Vesperit, all of that is working really well so far here.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say enough good things about this run coming out of Vesperit here, and looks absolutely locked in on the face cam, means business. And I guess it's just one of those maps where if you are comfortable on this, it's an easy pick, right? But you have to feel your opponent out first, because picking this against somebody like Decatur, if you're Vesperit, that would not be an instant pick, right? It could go either way here, but locking down a solid point here to put the pressure back on Ethan John, as Ethan will go into his final pick and still needs a break point in this match. We'll have to force tiebreaker. We'll have to pull off the Boshi Man 3-1 comeback.
I was going to say, we've seen at least one 3-1 comeback so far today on the stream. So the precedent is there for it to be possible. The likelihood, perhaps slim, but this match will not end with this pick regardless of how one-sided it may end up being. As we like to say in golf, there's no pictures on the scorecard. You win the map by 500K or you win the map by 5K, it's still only 1 point. And so if you're Ethan John, you just got to say, all right, that was his pick. He was solid on it. Vesperit might be just dropping a 99.5 ACFC, but whatever. I've still got my own next pick to come if I'm Ethan John. I've got to just be thinking, okay, whatever works best for me here, try to make that comeback happen from the 3-1 down. But in the meantime, you got to give so much credit for Vesperit for this performance, because 99.5 act just missing in the last 10
come
combo.
On.
Loses out on the FC. But look at that. I mean, that's 800's 151 miss at the very end. Really strong performance on the pick from Vesperit to take that 3-1 lead.
Yeah, that's a massive score. I mean, he's got to be kicking himself at that miss at the end, but I mean, nearly 1.1 million points is massive out of Vesperit. And now over to Ethan John. And the reward for Ethan John of winning that No Mod 3 is this pick right here. The match is not over. You still have a chance to force Vesperit to his final pick of the match. And if Ethan John can take that break point, we will be staring down tiebreaker. And something to note, the lower seeds have shown up in the lower bracket. 2 of them are victorious. The 20 seed, Comma, and the 24th seed, Revamped, both victorious, making the most of their shot in the lower bracket.
I will say, Comma as a 20 seed is not right. Like that's just him. Like something happened to him in qualifiers. Obviously, didn't have the best time. I was actually talking to him in between matches. The guy hasn't played in tournaments in probably a year and a half. I think it's been since about 2024. He's really not been as active in tournaments, so that might have some insight into why the seed was a little lower than you might expect. But was really impressed with Revamp, the very bottom seed of the entire qualifying group. But back here, it's going to be the Hard Rock 1 from Ethan John. I was thinking, after you win the Nomad 3, maybe you opt into something AIM, so whether it's the Nomad 1 or the Hard Rock 1, one of those felt like it was going to be probably a pretty good option. And so we go into Hard Rock 1, which is our, kind of slider jump, slider aim tech pick. I like this coming on the back of him winning the No Mod 3 on his last
Right.
pick. I think this is a good option for him to try to extend this match out at least to force Vesperit into the last pick.
And also, Vesperit did ban out Hard Rock too, so there's another valid reason as well on top of that. So we'll see. We hope this goes the way of Ethan John for his sake. He's been playing an amazing match despite what the scoreline would tell you. It is a amazing 3-1 performance out of him as Vesperit finds the opening miss and Ethan John gets the cleaner launch. Yet again, that has been the story of most of this match, at least on his own picks.
Yeah, he started off very, very well on basically on almost every map we've seen so far. It's just been, you know, kind of the later portions of some of these maps where he's struggled a little bit. But here, starting off strong, keeping it going. And this is, again, another one of these relatively short maps, right? Only 2 minutes long. So if you can get off to a good start, you're already halfway home. I mean, geez, we're halfway through the map at 467 combo. 62K lead, accuracy advantage as well. Ethan John, man, keeping himself going here.
It's looking good. It's looking good, but it ain't over yet. We've seen leads be fumbled before, T1G, but it's looking very good for Ethan John, formerly known as Nushi. But there's a miss out of Ethan John. A third of the map left, though. Still has decent accuracy. Finds another one. Just has to lock it back down, but Vesperit is closing the gap as Ethan John is finding multiple misses. Vesperit now has taken the lead into the final quarter. No, oh, but he trades it. Vesperit misses.
Vesperit still has the advantage, though, the slight accuracy lead. That score staying his way. The break comes through again for Vesperit, and it's lead Ethan John here into the last seconds. He's got combo, he's got score. That should be enough, and another late break for Vesperit. Ethan John is going to hold on. The cardiac kid over here, he's going to make us all have a heart attack, but he's going to keep it alive at least one more pick. Successful on the Hard Rock one, defending his own pick by 40K. And he's going to force Vesperit into the last pick before a potential tiebreaker. The little last second clutch, we've been seeing him time and again. Ethan John is the latest to add to that list.
I mean, Vesperit literally missed right as he got the lead. I mean, chat's going to be thinking this is scripted. They got to be. I mean, this is insane. But no, this is the Roundtable, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you should be here. This is why this is one of the best tournaments on the calendar. Ethan John taking a second point here. I mean, the ranked 7,100 player showing up, showing out in Las Vegas, has 2 points on the board, but now needs that elusive break point. Needs the break point to force tiebreaker, and the question is, where will Vesperit go?
Yeah, Vesperit's going to go to Hidden 2 is where Vesperit's going to go. First picking Hidden 1 and final picking Hidden 2. A mod pool that feels like he is comfortable with and competent and confident in. It's a scary one. We've seen this Hidden 2 quite a few times across the day. The kind of aim, stack, overlap, low AR hidden. It is a challenge. If you are not a solid reading player, you might have some trouble with this one. But if you are a good reading player, then this is like a playground for you.
Yep. An iconic song, too. Looks like we got a little bit of desync here as Vesperit is already off to the races onto this one while Ethan John is at the starting line. Typical band show, of course, on the penultimate map. We get some tech issues.
As we're trying to get the tiebreaker forced here, we get the desync here. So we'll see what happens here with this. It might be a bit of a challenge, but if nothing else, it does appear that Vesperit is holding on to the FC. Ethan not maybe having the greatest time. It's hard to tell if that's accurate, if that's all lag. You see a lot of misses due to connection lag, so we'll kind of circle back on what's going on that side of the screen. I think you can probably trust Vesperit's screen. I don't know if you can trust Ethan's, unfortunately, here. But if Vesperit FCs, then he's going to be in a good spot. That's going to be the most important thing.
Yeah, if these numbers that we're seeing on both screens are accurate, this is a pretty one-sided affair in favor of Vesperit, who is looking absolutely composed, calm, cool, and collected with the full combo and the 99.4% accuracy nearly on this low AR hidden pick with a quarter of the map to go. It looks like this is going to be it. We'll wait for confirmation after this map is over, of course, to ensure there was no shenanigans, but I think this is simply a desync issue here, T1G.
Yeah, I think unfortunately still some connection errors here and there that we run into, but we can, if nothing else, watch and appreciate the Vesperit masterclass here on this pick to close this out, because it's looking like a couple 100s and a full combo.
Oh my goodness,
And
what
it
a
is
score.
it is a Vesprit 2 100s, 150 full combo, and that closes that out. It's going to be a 4-2 final score once we get a little bit of solo play here from Ethan to catch things up. And that is going to unfortunately be the end of the rank. Again, 7,100 player, qualified in top 24 for the Roundtable. So
you can see his reaction. He's like, well, there was nothing I was doing against that. All right.
No, you just gotta applaud and say, well, job well done, job better done on this day to Vesprit, because what more can you ask for than a full combo on the last map of the match?
Exactly. I mean, it was still, like you said, a valiant effort from Ethan John here today, our likely lowest ranked player in the tournament, who came in at the 18th seed, got 2 points on the board, maybe could have gotten 3, just the one that got away potentially, but the hidden maps do him in the end. However, on the maps he was confident on, that No Mod 3 score, I'm sure that's going to be a clip he's going to save and replay over and over again. And he deserves it. Vesprit, though, your victor here, 4-2 over Ethan John. We'll move on and we'll get the winner of Rykick Insert, who are 5 maps in, Rykick leading 3-2. So we'll see how that one shapes up, and Vesprit will get the winner of that, as we are nearly done with our first round of the lower bracket. Just 2 other matches left to go. As you can see, Caleb, Shucks, and Ziv, and then Window Life and Rimmer.
Yeah, it's going to be some interesting ones, because you do have, I think, 2 pretty clearly favored players with Caleb and with Window Life in those matches that are going to be coming up in the next time slot. But the round after that, can we talk about the fact that we're very likely to get Caleb versus Window Life, a little California on California violence to come in losers round 2? Assuming things go to plan, but Ziv and Rimor are going to have something to say about that. Yep. You never know what they might be able to make happen on this pool, so you're going to want to stick around, because those will be coming up in our next block. I believe here on this stream it's going to be Caleb versus Ziv. That is going to be coming up in, I believe, about 10-15 minutes. We'll be back for that one. In the meantime, Rykick versus Insert, I hopefully should be over on the B stream, I believe.
So.
So you can check that one out in the meantime. But until then, congratulations to Vesprit on a solid win. Ethan Gian, formerly Nushi, putting up a good fight, but just falling short and will be eliminated. We will say thank you and farewell to him. And for now, though, I believe we're going to go on just a little bit of a break here, Mr. Dolan.
Indeed, indeed. It's been a wonderful time here at the Roundtable in Las Vegas. Gotta shout out Level Up Expo for putting this on for us. We highly appreciate them and all of you watching at home, as well as all of the players. But yeah, T1G, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll get back into the final matches of the first round of the lower bracket. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back from Las Vegas. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Level Up Expo here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. We're getting ready to round out the final block of our lowers bracket round 1 matches. I'm Dolan, joined by the one and only Fiery Rage for this next block of matches.
Yeah, no, I was in the tournament until I wasn't. So, yeah. In any case, I'm a commentator now. Caleb Shucks versus ZivXR is our lower bracket match that we are going to be commentating. So it should be a pretty interesting matchup. Both these players are pretty good at double time, so I imagine we'll be probably seeing them stray maybe into that, maybe away from it, depending on how they want to play this matchup going in. But
there's the bracket for those of you at home watching. Again, at the bottom of your screen, that's the final block we're working on, Caleb Shucks and ZivXR. If you want to catch the other match between Window Life and Rimmer, that's going to be over on the B stream. The Roundtable Extra is the Twitch channel for that. But here it's going to be Caleb versus Ziv, and Fire Rage, this is it. Winner go home.
I'm in awe on the fact that I'm seeing Window Life and Caleb as a potential losers round 2 match.
Yeah, that
is genuinely hilarious to me. That is 2 OWC USA players matching up against each other potentially next round. It's so brutal. Anyway, we got the map pool up for you guys. We got 4 no mods, 2 hiddens, 2 hard rocks, 2 DTs, and 2 unique laser mods. They are a wide variety of mods. Laser mod 1 has a barrel roll effect, spins the map clockwise starting from the center, and also has what I would like to call the motion sickness effect, where it's really hard to describe, but when you see it, you'll know what I mean.
You know exactly what you mean.
Very much a motion sickness.
If you get motion sickness, you know exactly what he means.
It's gonna be the worst day of your life. In any case, we got some of the bands already coming out, I believe. So Hard Rock 2 and Hard Rock 1 are both, or actually, no, that's Hard Rock 2 as a band.
No, Hard Rock 2 is actually the pick, I believe, here. It's going to be Hard Rock 1 and LM2 are the bands.
I misread that. Hard Rock 2 and LM2 as the bands. Not too surprising to see LM2 banned. That is by far the most gimmicky map in the pool outside of Hidden 2. But I imagine this pick is going to be probably Caleb's.
Yeah, I believe it is Caleb Shucks who has the pick here. Banning Hard Rock 1, picking Hard Rock 2.
Well, they're definitely different skill sets enough to the point where Hard Rock 1 is mech tech, and this is just pretty much precision aim with a couple of elements of vault in there. So very different skill sets being tested on both of these. And both these players, live commentary, it always goes with me. Caleb is going to be missing, which gives the advantage to ZivXR.
Yep, Zivex had an opening miss, but has been countered by the several trades back from Caleb Shucks. So Ziv going to be taking the lead here on Caleb's pick, on pace for a break point, but we're still not even halfway through yet. But another miss here for Caleb Shucks, as Ziv has seemed to settle down and get into the groove here, holding steady around 97% accuracy, a full percent ahead of Caleb Shucks.
That accuracy lead is, alongside the combo lead, is going to be giving him a 60k advantage at the moment, which is pretty considerable in Laser's scoring system. You're going to be needing to see a miss come out from Ziv pretty soon in order for Caleb to get a chance back into this point. About a third of the map remaining. We're going to be getting into another pretty consistently hard part after these 1/3s here. We'll see if any misses come out here.
And unfortunately, the misses are only coming out for Caleb.
I think that's going to seal it.
Yeah, Ziv will find a trade, but it's far too late. 140,000 points in favor of Ziv. It's going to be a clean break point here for Ziv. And back to the drawing board here for Caleb. We'll see how Ziv chooses to respond to try and consolidate this into a 2-0 advantage, but a solid opening pick here for Ziv.
100k difference, despite that miss at the very end. Going to be very solid for him. We're going to be getting into the next pick to follow it up after that. We'll see what happens. Caleb laughing it off a bit. We got the face cams there for those interested in that. Very nice addition. I actually didn't even know we had the face cams. I'm not going to
lie. We didn't until like the last block of matches
really?
Before.
Okay. Yeah.
So our broadcast team. Yeah, the broadcast team's been working really hard. Poon and James, they've been working their butts off here back in the production studio to get all these cool features on for you guys. But now the next pick, it's going to be Hidden 1, it looks like.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if this is, I believe Hard Rock 2 would have been Ziv's pick, and this is Caleb's pick, because Caleb is more of a hidden proficienado, and I believe that makes probably the most sense for him to pick into.
Yeah.
So would not surprise me to see this as his pick. This is the Flow Aim 185 BPM stream map. Not really much else to say outside of that. It is what you get. Just straight up 185 BPM streams, a couple space streams here and there. So if you're not good at spaced flow aim, not going to have a good time on this map. And if you don't have the stamina, you're also not going to have a good time. But I would imagine both these players have the stamina in order to be able to play this.
Right. And it makes a lot more sense that an opening pick was Ziv's, given how that turned out. Just a misclick here. Give them a break. They've been working hard all weekend. Sometimes we get things wrong, but here we go. Hidden 1, a clean launch for both players here. Similar accuracies. It's actually a 0-point score difference right now, if you can believe that.
Yeah, the identical, I think they got identical hundreds on the exact same note, which is kind of crazy. So,
yeah,
okay, finally going to be seeing other 100s. So Caleb taking a microscopic lead early on here.
And man, this is just one of those maps that when players kind of lose their way on this Hidden 1, the recovery is hard. It's difficult. We've seen a lot of big misses with a ton of accuracy drop this weekend on this map, but these two players are looking pretty composed. It's just a 1,200 point advantage.
It is worth mentioning this is on laser, so any space stream misses. Oh my god, both players dropping massively there, so slight advantage to Ziv, but not by much, especially with these act drops coming in from him. Drops it down to about 100 or 1K. And now
it's even.
Yeah, just shifting over to Caleb right now.
Yeah, the accuracies are even. It's just a combo advantage of about 50 to 60 for Caleb. Halfway through, this is going to be a very close map. But they recover quite nicely here, Fiery. Looking good. We'll see if they can handle the next key eye. Oh,
Caleb missing once on that stream. That would have been a chain miss if it was not on laser, so he's got that much to thank at the very least. But it does give advantage to Ziv for right now, as we still have about one more hard section remaining. One more space stream like that, and one big stream section coming up. We'll see if both of these players can hold through it. It's not a massive lead by any stretch of the imagination for Ziv. If he misaims one of these streams, it could spell disaster for him.
Caleb.
But Caleb dropping another combo there. Not going to be helping things. Ziv does trade it.
Yeah, Ziv provides the miss, but unfortunately for Caleb, they were not able to hold the combo to capitalize, and it looks like Ziv is going to be able to hold on as long as they can avert disaster here.
One more space stream.
Oh! Is it going to be enough for Caleb? I don't believe so. It's about 10,000, and Ziv is going to hold on to this one. It winds up being close in the end anyway.
11K difference. That was almost decided by that final space stream, but Ziv holding on to get the break point. Very solid break point for him, and now he gets to capitalize on top of that and figure out what he wants to pick next. Keep himself in the tournament.
Yep, so now it's 2-0 for Ziv. Where do you go from here to try and make it 3-0 to really put the pressure on Caleb?
I think if alt worked out for you, yeah, I was going to say no mod 3 would probably be the most likely pick I would go for. It's the most similar in terms of overall structure. You have CS 6.5. That's pretty much the only difference, though, in terms of Hard Rock 2. So going for the alt pick, got no complaints here. Makes all the sense in the world. We'll see how both these players can do on it. This is definitely a more accessible skill set for a lot of players, so shouldn't have any issues on any behalf, as you might see with like flow aim hidden and precision. Not going to see much of that here. This is just your raw mechanics and alt test.
All right, Caleb's back's against the wall here a little bit. Would like to take a break point to ease the pressure on the next pick if possible. Opening act drop there for Caleb, hands the early advantage over to Ziv, who's still on a double S.
And not going to be the end of the world. This is a fairly lengthy map, I believe around 3 minutes long, or just under 3 minutes long, with drain time included.
Yeah, about 2:35 with drain time included here, so not as short as some of the other maps in the pool. There's quite a few maps in this pool that have around 2 minutes in length.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of short maps. I mean, we played some of them. believe the hidden one was around that 2-minute mark, so.
Yep. Oh, a miss there from Ziv. Is going to hand it over to Caleb. Caleb now in the driver's seat here. Can he capitalize on this chance provided to him by Ziv? A break point right back would be just what Caleb needs to get back into this matchup here.
And the only concern I have right now is his accuracy is looking a bit shaky, which is not going to be the end of the world if this combo lead remains. After all, combo is king, but accuracy is way more of a factor in laser scoring. As you can see right now, it's still just a 50K score lead, even despite the early miss from Ziv. So it's still very possible for this to shift over if Caleb finds an unfortunate miss. Luckily, seems to be pretty confident, has found his nerve, not looking to give this point up that easily.
Yep, third of the map left. And has recovered accuracy quite nicely here, up to 99.2. But Ziv, with the 99.7, is giving himself a chance to pounce immediately. If the miss comes out from Caleb Shucks, and it does. Oh, but Ziv trades it.
That was one of the harder patterns in the map. Yeah.
Oh, no. Heartbreak City.
Yeah, we're gonna be needing to see a chain miss from Caleb probably, and I don't think with the amount of time remaining in the map that's going to be likely. So break point immediately right back for Caleb. Going to be feeling at least a bit good about himself there. We'll see what he opts to pick for next to keep his momentum going and get this tied up.
Yeah, we'll definitely be breathing a sigh of relief that he was able to get the break point right back. We'll have a chance to equalize. And it's going to be a decent score here, around 850,000 points for Caleb Shucks to 765 on the side of Ziv. 7 100s, 1 miss for Caleb on that. Not too shabby at all. And, I mean, you look at Ziv, I mean, no 100s, no 50s, just 4
That's
misses.
just unfortunate misses.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's beautiful accuracy out of Ziv. But the misses will do you in as we get a look at the map pool. We'll see where Caleb goes.
I think potentially hidden 2 would be a viable pick if he's not ready for a hidden 2. I think could opt to go for something a bit more generic. I think Caleb has a pretty decent advantage on that. Wouldn't surprise me to see a DT pick here, but it will be the hidden 2 pick. So more than confident. He's more than confident on the AR8. He is a hidden player for the OWC team. He's been, I believe, the AR8 fill for last year, if I'm remembering correctly. So not horribly surprising to see him opt into this. We'll see if it pays him well. This is one of the easier maps in the pool, at least according to star rating, but there's 2 patterns in this. There's 2 patterns in this I'm looking out for. It is a triangle pattern and a square pattern that happen, I believe, halfway through and near the very end of the map. Those have some absolutely brutal overlaps.
Oh, yeah. And that's what's been tripping people up this whole weekend. The overlaps with this AR8 hidden are absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and this is more... It's going to come down to who's more confident on that AR8 hidden, so we'll see what happens. Right now, Caleb looking very strong. SS in the opening stages here. Ziv holding on to the combo, but accuracy faltering quite a bit.
Yeah, as you can see, struggling with the accuracy quite a bit here. However, we've seen people fumble this hidden 2 pick by missing at inopportune times in the middle of the map. Although you're not going to get score capped like you are on laser because of how laser scoring works. There's still a chance to fumble, and low AR hidden is one of those skill sets where when you find a really silly miss and you tilt mentally, it's really hard to get back in the groove. Yeah, you could chain miss quite easily because you want to reload combo fast, but AR8 will only go so fast.
And it's very easy to misread as we approach one of the harder patterns here. Caleb actually misses before, but Ziv trades it immediately after, so no harm lost there, and that's actually a Banjo miss anyway, so still holding on to the SS. Both of these players holding on to this triangle pattern. No issues from either of them. Ziv just, with the accuracy, unfortunately kind of tanking his score quite a bit right now, even with that miss. And Caleb just holding on to the SS, got one more pattern in him, more than able to secure the map at this point with Ziv missing once again. See if he gets through this square pattern, and he should be home free for the SS after that, unless he trolls.
Gets through it, and the rest is simply elementary compared to that. Caleb Shucks on pace for not only a brilliant score, but to tie this match up at 2 apiece. And that's got to feel great after going down 2-0. The question is, will it be an SS? Will Caleb Shucks do it? He's looking confident.
No misreads on these overlaps. Last note coming in right now. SS secured.
Nicely done from Caleb Shucks. Double S doing it in style. And now he'll have a little bit of momentum going into a 2-2 game. But the pick now goes back over to Ziv. And again, final pick for both of these players coming up next. Very important picks. And if you're Ziv, you just need to consolidate a point here, get going back in the right direction, give yourself a chance to win on your opponent's next break point.
And this is where things get interesting, right? Because you have Hard Rock entirely out of the question. Hidden's out of the question, so Caleb can't get a free point on that if that's what he wants to. Granted, he lost Hidden 1, but this is, it gets a bit interesting because now you have the potential of picking into DT, which both of these players are strong at, or you go into one of the remaining Nomads. Nomad 4 is a tech-oriented map, so you have that, but it's going to be neither of those. It's going to be Laser Mod 1.
Oh, baby.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Oh, boy,
I mean,
this is gonna be fun.
We've seen this play out the entire weekend. When your opponent bans one of the Laser Mods, the other one almost always gets picked at some point in the match.
It's one of those practice maps. If you're not ready for it, then you're just going to have an absolutely horrible time, and you're already seeing what I was saying about that motion sickness. This is
yeah, this is oh my goodness.
This is very hard to play. Believe me, it looks as bad as it is.
If you're just tuning in and you're an OSU player, don't worry, you still have your inhibitions about you. This is one of the Laser Mods. And this is again, these two maps the players have been practicing all weekend since they saw it in the pool. I mean, they've been practicing it as soon as it was got to their new setups here. And you see Caleb already struggling here a little bit. Despite a slight struggle from Ziv in the opening, he has now consolidated some combo, some accuracy, and is now starting to build an advantage.
A very solid combo for Ziv here, getting through that hard string. Not anymore as he breaks on that.
Ooh.
Caleb having a slight advantage here.
And now Caleb going to be able to pull it back a little bit. Ziv finding another miss. Here comes Caleb Shucks, but he trades it
as well. It's a 5K score difference. Accuracy lead is actually in favor of Caleb now. And if he keeps holding on to that, that could be very problematic. Ziv drops any more hundreds, really, or even any misses. This is going to get very tight, very fast. But Caleb, on the other hand, going to be dropping misses.
And now, despite a 0.5% AC advantage for Caleb, that combo advantage is going to start to pay dividends here for Ziv into the final quarter of this map. But Ziv cannot afford to falter here, and he does. There's a miss. Oh, but Caleb trades it.
30K score gap. We're getting into the later half of this map, and Caleb just unfortunately can't find a combo on this latter half of the map. Score lead, misreading on the stream there. Not going to be helping things at all. 78K entering the end, and that is going to be more than enough for Ziv to go to match point here.
Yeah, Ziv going to be taking his own pick here, restoring some balance after a match filled with breakpoints. Ziv will finally advance to match point, go up 3-2. Ball now in Caleb's court for the final pick of regulation. Either it will end here or we will go the distance to a tiebreaker.
And you only got the Nomads and DTs now to work with. Do you risk going into a skill set that both of you guys are very confident in DT1 or DT2, or do you go for something a bit more out there? Maybe go for Nomad 4 if you feel confident in your tech prowess. See what the pick ends up being shortly here.
Yeah, no, this is really a tough situation to be in for Caleb because we were talking before, Ziv is quite good at DTA.
Yeah.
I mean, so is Caleb, but in this high-pressure situation with your tournament life on the line, can you really afford to go into a skill set that's highly contested like that? And, well, the answer is no.
Yeah,
it's
the answer is no.
4.
They were picking Nomad 4, so tech going to be the pick. Caleb feeling confident in it. This is a pretty difficult map, honestly, especially compared to some of the other maps in the pool. There's a lot of tricky flow aim spaced patterns here that can trip you up pretty easily.
Yeah, and one of the longer maps of the pool, too, at 3 minutes in length. As crazy as that is to say, oh, there is a miss from Caleb right before the break.
He mis-aimed that note right after the repeats ladder. It's not going to be the end of the world, thankfully, since it's a 200 combo lead, and he has a pretty decent accuracy advantage, but we'll be giving Ziv an early start here at the very least.
Yeah, that accuracy is going to save Caleb. It wasn't that ugly of a miss. but that one is going to hurt a little bit, despite the fact that he didn't drop accuracy. Now his accuracy is trailing Ziv and the combo as well. Ziv now 40K in front, 1/3 of the map down.
Caleb's still holding on to the ACK lead, but he's going to need a lot more than that, especially if he keeps missing. It's not going to be helping things at all. Ziv holding on through the entire beginning here. We'll see if he can get through this hard section. There's a miss, but both players miss on that hard flow aim stream, and 73K point lead in favor of Ziv. Caleb has his work cut out for him in the latter half here. We'll see what happens. But it's looking very convincing for Ziv at the moment.
Indeed, Caleb back against the wall. The 8 seed tournament life on the line against our 19th seed Ziv. The lower seeds in this first round of the lower bracket are showing up and showing out, making the most of their opportunity. And although this one is not over, Ziv has a high chance of winning this match. Unless something happens here, Caleb has to hold out pretty perfect, and Ziv needs to essentially start falling apart. There is the miss from Ziv.
This is the hardest part of the map, though, so if Ziv doesn't control his nerve here in Caleb, because Caleb doesn't have much he doesn't really have much nerves right now. He saw that he was down at the break, so this is going to come down to whether or not Ziv can actually maintain his nerve right now. 50K score lead. Luckily, it's still managing to hold on to the combo here. One more space stream. If he can hit that, he should be home free. We'll see what happens.
Oh, they both hit it. So it's a combo advantage now. The lead has shrunk down to 35K. Is there enough time for Caleb Shucks to avoid being eliminated from the Roundtable Open? Can he pull up a comeback? He's probably going to need one more miss out of Ziv. It does not look like
this is one of the easiest sections. Sorry to interrupt you, but this is one of the easiest sections.
Alas, to no avail. It was a solid attempt, but the final margin is going to be 24,000 points, and Ziv, the 19th seed, will be advancing into the second round of the lower bracket, and Ziv will get the winner of Window Life and Rimmer. That match currently 3-1 in favor of Window Life over on the B stream. And that is the end of Caleb Shucks' run here in the Roundtable Open as we pull up the bracket. One match left here in lower round 1. And then we will be done and moving on to our winners quarterfinals. It has been a long time since we've seen, it feels like it's been an eternity since we've seen the winners bracket matches go ahead. But we'll finally be getting to it as they start to de-rust, but Fiery, unfortunate stuff. It was a crazy match. It started off with some break points back and forth, but Ziv was able to establish some consistency and some combo.
Yeah, closed it out in the end, getting some pretty good scores on that No Mod 4, and just, unfortunately for Caleb, not really having that much of a chance to come back into that after the early misses that he was suffering from No Mod 4 in particular.
Yeah, just ran out of time in the end. You know, if he had about 20, 30 more seconds there,
probably he would have
could have flipped it. But alas, to no avail. That is going to be it for that match as the final match between Window Life and Rimmer wraps up. We'll be getting ready to move on to our winners bracket quarterfinals. Some stacked matches in that as well. Lots of action still to come here from the Roundtable Open here at the Level Up Expo. Fiery, that's going to do it for now. We're going to be taking a quick break.
Yep. See you guys, and the next tournament matches should be happening later today.
know why we are here, Dante? There have been some issues. You lost your mother, and now your brother suddenly back?
Virgil, what did Mundus do to you? He set me free.
You're gonna
You and your brother both have roles to play in the coming Reformation.
Mr. Magic Man, been meaning to tell ya. You got a little something right here.
The sons of Sparta, at last.
I hate to sound harsh, but this is the worst ventriloquist act I've ever seen. I can't even tell which of you is the hand and which is the asshole.
You said never let me go. It is endless now. Comes right back at you. It never worked out fine. I watched it fall away. It slipped right through my fingers. right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. It never worked out fine. I watched it fall away.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for following the Roundtable LA stream live from Level Up Expo at Las Vegas. We are going to restart the stream for general improvements and stability improvements, as they say. Yeah, thanks for sticking around and be right back.